Good evening and welcome to this special session of the Lakeville Area Board of Education. This meeting is officially called to order. Please rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board members in attendance tonight: Director Kelleher, Director Schindley, Director Lind, Chair Baker, Director Carly Anderson, and Director David Anderson. The board is also joined by Superintendent Dr. Doug Van Zyl, members of the Executive Cabinet, Dr. Emily McDonald, Brenda Albrecht, Dave Haveman, Stephanie Cass, and Bill Holmgren. Before we get started, I would like to remind the audience to try to keep the noise level down for those listening on audio recording so they can get the information too, and to try to be respectful to the speakers that will be presenting tonight. Thank you. Go ahead and get started with our presentation.
All right, Bill's going to make his way forward, and I think he'll click the slide. Maybe. There we go. So just to recap very quickly for you, we want to continue to review the proposed reductions that have been presented to you at the school board meeting on March 21st. At that meeting, you approved $3.4 million and some change in reductions at the district office and district-wide. There was about $1.9 million that were tabled for further information, and there was about $1.6 million at the elementary, middle school, and high school levels that were not discussed. So we're going to kind of go into those areas, I believe, first after Bill shares some information with you that weren't discussed, and we'll kind of talk to you about the process as we go. So go ahead, Bill.
I just want to kind of give you a perspective of I apologize. Okay, it is on test.
Bill, can I just stop you for 1 second? I just want to make a note for the record that Director Thompson just walked in and he's late, so he is also in attendance. Thank you. In attendance.
And did you bring snacks for everybody? The person who comes last, the snacks? No? Okay.
The reason I put this slide in tonight is just to get kind of a perspective of what we're talking about when we talk about our general fund. Because we keep talking about restricted dollars, unassigned dollars, deficits, and so forth. So the blue portion of the bars are restricted dollars, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side. They'll match every single year, dollar for dollar. When we get to the unassigned portion, which is the areas we're talking about tonight and areas we need to make some adjustments, that small gray piece on top of the revenue, that is our deficit. That's what's missing on our budget that we've got to take care of so that we're balanced for next year. Now, as Dr. Van Zyl had already said, at a glance here, we already went through some of these last week. So on the pandemic-based reductions, we did, you voted in favor to take care of that at $1.5 million. The district office reductions, $358,000 were approved, and the district-wide 1.3. So at the end of last meeting, we had approved $3.4 million in reductions out of the $7 million that we're talking about. So tonight's agenda, as Dr. Van Zyl had said, we'll discuss the pieces we did not discuss last week. So it's going to be the elementary, middle, and high school levels, and then to go back to the tabled items and walk back through where you wanted more information. Now we put this list in here just so you have an idea of how many legislative bills are out there that affect our general fund, especially when it affects the funding we're given. So a lot of pieces, they will not all come together in one. We'll get some that we won't. We can't put 100% numbers on these yet because they keep kind of adjusting. We just wanted you to be aware that there's a lot out there, but only one main education bill will come through, so all the different pieces will not. But we're watching all of these, trying to watch them very close and make sure that we know exactly how that's going to affect our general fund when it comes to revenue for next year.
And I would just say that that's probably a short list. There was over 3,000 bills introduced this legislative session. There are quite a few that are education related. Some of them generate revenue, some of them do not. The ones that, well, quite a few of them haven't had fiscal notes added to them, but they're still making their way through. So there's still a lot of uncertainty, kind of the last word that's on there in regard to what's going to happen legislatively for us.
Now, here's something else I added. There have been questions like, well, what are other school districts doing? Are we the only one out here making budget adjustments? And you can see there's quite a few schools relatively close to us making adjustments, just like we are. And when I put the percentage over on the right-hand side, you see that actually we're not like the highest percentage of what's happening with some of these school districts. And we have some school districts that are very close to our size, like Wayzata, for an example. They already cut $5 million last year, and they're cutting another $7 million this year, and they're actually planning to cut another $2.5 million next year. So about the same size, about the same amount that they're adjusting for next year. So I just thought this was good information, just to give an idea that it's not just us. We're not alone in this process. It's across the state of Minnesota.
The other thing that we heard is that maybe there weren't any hiring timeline issues out there, but we did just want to put that in there for your information because we do have quite a few positions that are posted across the state. As you can see, in other areas are starting to staff and hire as well. So that's one of the conversations that you have to have as far as, I don't know a perfect time to be able to tell you, but I think that as you're also hearing from folks, you don't need to make it happen yesterday, but I think you need to have a little bit of sense of urgency to having some things taken care of so that we can make sure we're addressing our staff as well.
I think we'll move on to the elementary.
Yeah, the next one's there. We're going to continue to have some conversations. The first thing we have is kind of a synopsis slide that kind of gives you a brief overview of everything that's there. And then from there, the folks are going to talk about each individual area. So you can see overall that there's 2, 4, 6 areas that are going to be talked about. And so who's our first person up in regard? Sandy? All right. So they're going to come up and move you through, not this slide, but they've got each item listed in separate slides. Go ahead.
Director Thompson, did you have a question?
I do. Can I pause here and make a motion prior to starting? Is that part of the rules? Can I do that or not? Yes.
I think we're in special session, so.
Okay.
Is it relating to budget?
It is. It's related to the budget because before we go into this long list of elementary, middle school, high school, there's going to be a lot of stuff that we're going to be going through, and I don't know if we're going to be able to finish all of it today or not. And so what I'd like to do is propose something now so that we can get this out of the way. I've heard a lot from the community around what are we going to do next if we don't get to the full $7 million? What is the plan thereafter? So I would like to propose that a finance committee gets established immediately and have that group be the role to help work with the community, work with the district to close the remaining gaps that we may not be able to get to through today. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Are you proposing like a committee, like a finance committee of the Board of Education?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do. I've got here. I'll pass this down. There you go. Yeah, I propose that in accordance to Policy 213, the Board of Education committees, the following proposed and duties are presented for the board for board consideration. The objective, the overall purpose of the committee is to provide the Board of Education with recommendations to reduce the budget deficit. This provides the board additional options to help close the $7 million gap. The committee will be led by the board and will be supported by the district and external stakeholders where applicable. It is understood that the committee is advisory only and is limited to making recommendations to the board. The committee will be consistent of 3 board members, district finance and HR, and 2 external community stakeholders. Members will have full access to data and internal staff where applicable. The duration would be immediately through end of May. Examples of duties would include Review, analyze, conduct internal and external assessment, an independent assessment investigation of the budget. Partner with internal and external stakeholders to collaborate on additional recommendations. Review, analyze, and provide input on organizational staffing structure. And again, this committee can provide recommendations to the board as they materialize. So my intent of this is to help provide a little bit of clarity of what do we do next? Because after this, there's a little bit of uneasiness of where do we go? Does the district provide the rest of the $2 million or $3 million or whatever it may be? Do we have until June? Do we have until whenever? I feel that this is an opportunity, but also a part of the scope of a Board of Education, and it is to provide input and guidance and get information from the stakeholders. And so this is my motion for helping provide a little bit less ambiguity as we continue to move forward.
Okay. Just to keep us as far as Robert's rules goes for our order, so we have a motion on the floor to have a finance committee as part of the Board of Education. Do I have a second for that motion?
I second.
So I have the motion by Director Thompson, the second by Director Schindley, and then we will open the floor for discussion.
I don't believe this has to do with.
Director Kelleher?
I don't believe this has to do with our budget update that was proposed, and because this is a special session, we need to stay true to what we're talking about, which is the budget update. This is outside of that, and that might be more appropriate for another meeting. But state statute allows us to only talk about what is on here, and this is about the budget update, and you're proposing something outside of this.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, I believe the overall objective of this committee would be to help with the budget updates.
I understand, but it's outside of a budget update, which we're focused on tonight, which is the topics of this discussion that has been posted for us to review. This is outside of it, which is not allowed to be added to special sessions.
I don't know the rules.
Director Lind?
You know, Brian, I think it's a good idea, but I think the timing is wrong. I think we need to really look at that after we meet this issue of the budget reductions. And I don't think putting a committee now together, getting it organized, having to do all the things you want to do, will not be able to come back before June. And that's my feeling. My feeling is it's a good topic to work at and look at, but my feeling is that's something we have to do right after this is done. I totally agree with that.
Dr. Van Zyl?
I think you already heard me share that that's something that would need to go in place. I think that Bill and I have already talked about that. We've made that recommendation. We shared that with the Finance and Facilities Task Force as the next thing that they could be involved in that process. I think this is just my 2 cents on this. I think you're maybe a step ahead. I think you need to go through the conversation of what things do you agree with or don't agree with tonight, again, whether you approve all, some, or none. And then I think you have the ability, if we need to, you have another meeting tomorrow night, you could bring that forward as an amended agenda to have that conversation if there was something that wasn't done, would be my take on it, because I would agree with Judy. I think that it's a little bit out of the scope of what's necessarily laid here in regard to what the process has been and what we were doing, but I do agree that it's something that we need to have a conversation about and when the timing to have that take place.
Director Carly Anderson?
Yeah, I also really agree that we need to establish something like this, just given kind of the situation we're in. I worry about, I think there's this balance for me, or what I'm trying to think about with our teachers and staff in terms of what is an appropriate timeline. And I think while some people will say, take as long as you need, other people are also telling us they want to know the outcome of some of this. And so I would take I like that approach of kind of addressing this tomorrow, and then I would just not trying to invite another influx of emails, but perspectives from our staff and teachers around what this would be like for you if we delayed some of this. So,
Director Kelleher?
Although we are being asked to take as much time as we need, we also have statutory deadlines that we have to meet by law and by contracts. And so that doesn't afford us all the time that we would need. So again, I think we need to move on with this discussion and set this motion aside for now and do what the agenda calls for us to do, which is working on the budget update.
Director Thompson, are you okay with setting this aside and talking about it tomorrow and adding it onto the agenda at that time?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with waiting until tomorrow. And then now you've got the document. We can make reviews and adjustments where it makes sense. I do have the deadline here for May 31st with the flexibility for the committee to present recommendations at any time as they materialize. So it's not end of May of when recommendations will be made. So, but again, the intent here is that I think at the end of the day, we've got to provide a little bit of visibility for the community and also for ourselves. Because I can tell you right now, I don't think we're going to get to 7 million tonight, but that's my guess. So,
Director David Anderson.
I agree with the subcommittee, and we can do it tomorrow night if we want, but we're not going to, I don't think we're going to get to 7 million tonight.
Director Thompson, would you make a motion?
yeah,
to
I'll make a
withdraw?
motion to rescind for my motion.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so we'll have Sandy come forward, and again, she's going to go through each area that's there, the items by item, so we're not going through this whole slide at one time. So if you have a question about that specific area, ask it as we're on that specific area. That would be helpful to the people that are presenting. So I'll turn it over to her.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Van Zyl. As Dr. Van Zyl mentioned, I will be going through each of the items on the elementary reductions and adjustments. The first one is the elementary LEAF support hours. In order to assist with consistent LEAF support across our 8 elementary sites, administration is recommending a standardized allocation funding formula for LEAF staff, or LEAF support staff, based on the number of students at each site, which varies currently. The affected LEAF staff support consists of, but is not limited to, office clerks, media clerks, general fund tutoring, and noon supervisors. The proposal equalizes LEAF staff support across our elementary buildings. Building LEAF allocations will be distributed amongst the LEAF staff support at each site by the building elementary principal to support the needs of their site. The proposed standardized allocation funding formula will result in an overall reduction of over 8,000 hours per year of support staff of office clerks, media clerks, general fund tutoring, and noon supervisors across the 8 elementary sites, with one site having a slight increase of LEAF hours. This proposal is in line with the LEAF contract and with possible adjustments of up to 30 minutes or less per day every year without a loss of benefits for some LEAF members. The total cost savings of this proposal is $207,726.
So when you mention allocating those hours, are you trying to make it uniform across each building, or are you trying to size that to the amount of hours that is needed in each building? I'm just asking because I do know that LEAF provide a lot of support to our buildings during recess, tutoring, which that is also intervention time. So I guess I'm worried about the impact to students and staff.
Yes. Bill, do you want to answer a few of those?
You probably have to come up. Sometimes those things work, sometimes they don't. One of the things to go with that is that there hasn't been a uniform way to allocate hours. So kind of what's happened in the past is if somebody said, hey, I need this, I need that, I think they were given some leeway with that. And so in order to establish a foundational approach to be able to allocate staff across the district, there's a formula being utilized to be able to do that. And then, as Sandy was saying, how it gets utilized. So let's say I'm the elementary principal. Having been an elementary principal, I get 100 hours. I get the ability to determine where I have those needs within my building, to allocate them across the needs of my building to meet the needs of my staff and my students the best that I can. And so that, by not having that formula, there is some inequities across who's been getting what and how kids have been getting supported. And so, Bill, go ahead.
I guess just to follow up, yeah, that's true. Actually, we started working with the principals over a year ago, looking at this, at really find a way that we can equitably allocate hours across all 8 of the elementary schools. We have some buildings with much more hours than others. And like Sandy had said, we actually, in this scenario, we actually have one building getting more hours. And we have 2 more buildings, but almost exactly the same, but really not much of a change. But we have a few buildings with quite a bit more hours, and that's where we'll see the bigger changes, and it'll be then equitable across. Those hours will be given to the principal, and then they would have the leeway to put them where they need them in their building.
Before you go, aren't there individual slides for each one of these instead of the overall? Am I wrong on that? I thought there was another.
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, maybe they're later. Oh, not in these.
No, I thought we were asked to.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought there
Director
was.
Lind?
The only question I have, I know the idea of equity and based on numbers in the building, did the group take into consideration there are certain minimum number of hours that have to be there? For example, most buildings have an hour and a half of recess. Everyone has at least an hour and a half of recess. They have to have so many people out there for recess for safety reasons. Was that considered in setting these hours? In other words, is there a minimum given?
Yeah,
that
what
would
we're
cover
looking
that?
at in that formula, we're looking at 70 students per hour for any new supervisors that we would need. That's
Okay.
where the numbers are coming from. The office clerks are at 80 students per hour, and the media clerks at 350.
So, Bill, how many,
You base it on the number of kids. I get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Director David Anderson?
so Bill, how many people are we talking about?
Well, it varies from building to building. I think we have 16, about 30-some employees that would be touched or maybe not touched in some way.
Director Thompson?
Can you provide some more clarity? I don't think I'm tracking. Are you saying 30 FTEs would be let go, or 30
No,
FTEs would be impacted?
No, absolutely not.
Adjusted hours.
Yeah, we were just looking at adjusting some hours. When we're talking about the hours across all of these buildings, we're talking about a total of 8,000 hours, which is about 1,000 hours per building. So that's only like a half a position in a building. And then when we split that across the number of employees that are there, it's just some time that is adjusted, not a letting someone go.
So then you're going to allocate so many hours for so many buildings, for the 8 buildings, and then you're going to leave, let the the principals decide how best to use that. And so they'll have the authority to give to like all the hours to 5 people versus 10 people or whatever it may be, and they may get to the point where they may not even need some of those resources. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, I think the hours that we're allocating, they do need all the hours that we're allocating. And it is, like you see, it is a cut, small cut. So there is less total hours across the 8 buildings than we have right now. And again, it's just like when we allocate the operating funds to the building, it's discretionary to that building how they're going to use those funds. And this would be the same way. It'd be discretionary how the principal would want to use those hours in his building.
Any comment on that?
Dr. Van Zyl?
Without a baseline of a formula to utilize right now, I'll never tell you that this is going to be a perfect process. It'll have to be evaluated as we continue to go forward and as our demographics in our building change. And then you have to realize that the following year, if we adjust attendance centers, then you're going to have basically similar sized schools across. And so by not having a formula, it creates that imbalance that Bill was talking about. Somebody may have quite a few more hours, but to try to give flexibility to the building principal who knows what their staff and students need is what he's trying to say through this process, is that as an elementary building principal, I would able to say, well, I need X number of hours in the library. I need X number of hours on the playground. I need X number of hours of lunchroom supervision. It gives them that ability to meet the needs within their building, but have it uniform across the district, and then we can evaluate how that system looks as we get ready to move into the following year.
Director Shinley?
So maybe you're answering a little bit of this, but so this leaf support, is this like para support as well, or is this just mainly like the recess hours, lunch hours, things like that?
Yeah, it does not include the para hours
Okay.
for special education.
Okay.
Okay, but it is, and it does not include title, and it doesn't include ADSYS. It just includes the noon supervisors, the clerk hours, in the media center, and in the office, and then the tutors in the building.
Okay, and then so then if you get kids that are coming in throughout the year, then are those able to be adjusted just in case you can add hours to that, or are you stuck at those hours that you're allocating?
No, we at the midpoint through the year, we always look at
Okay.
at the
Reevaluate.
enrollment again, because we
Okay.
also adjust their operating funds at that time too. If they have a lot more, we would adjust their budgets.
Okay.
Can I ask a question too? So knowing that the tutors in the buildings have been supporting classroom teachers in doing some of the district-wide assessments and assessments that we have for the elementary, is that being allocated back to teachers, or is that included in this, and we'll still have some tutors that will be able to support that within the buildings?
Yeah, at this point, the tutors would still be in the buildings
Okay.
as leaf positions.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on that item? Okay, thank you.
We're going to motion?
I don't think we're voting on it right now, are we?
We're going
Yeah.
one by one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So do I have a motion to approve the allocated elementary leaf support hours the way that it's on the slide for reductions?
So moved.
We have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. We'll open it up for any further discussion.
Can I just make one other? It'll help Kim Kim Elson, when you make your vote. If it's not unanimous one way or another, you'll probably have to go back and make sure we know who voted for what.
yep.
So just to clarify that for her, because she has to take minutes on that. So sorry, that really wasn't part of this discussion, but I thought I better. While I was thinking about it, I didn't write it down. I better tell you.
Correct, thank you. All right, so we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the second item for the elementary reductions and adjustments is the assistant principals at Lake Marion and Eastview. Currently, in the 2022-23 school year, at the elementary level, we have 3 licensed assistant principals at Lake Marion, Eastview, and Cherryview. These licensed assistant principal positions were put in place for Lake Marion and Cherryview starting in the 2021-2022 school year, and Eastview in the 2022-2023 school year to support student growth, enrollment, and need at each of these sites. In the 2023-24 school year, we recommend adjusting the numbers of the assistant principals to 1 licensed assistant principal position with the elimination of the Lake Marion and Eastview assistant principals. The assistant principal will still be in place to accommodate our largest site, Cherryview Elementary, with a projection of 899 students for the 2023-2024 school year. In order to support our next 2 largest elementary sites, we propose creating an intern TOSA position to be shared amongst Lake Marion, 771 students projected for the 23-24 school year, and Eastview Elementary, 732 students projected in the 23-24 school year, to assist with administrative needs until the 24-25 school year, when the boundary attendance area adjustments will be made with the onboarding of our 9th elementary school. The intent of this intern position is to support a grow your own opportunity at a lower cost as compared to the licensed assistant principal. The cost savings of the proposal is $140,000.
Director Carly Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. One of the questions I have is, what is the difference in duties that the TOSA versus the assistant principal could do? Just because I'm thinking about why these positions were maybe added and kind of how that
was supportive to the principals in those buildings and how these TOSA positions would be able to support the principals differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah. As a licensed administrator, they would, for the principal that is in there currently, you need to be a licensed administrator in order to do teacher evaluations such as TDE, and if there is any expulsion or suspension.
Dr.
So one
Van
of the things in conversation with these three administrators is that the TOSA is probably not going to be a fully licensed administrator to help with evaluations, but between myself, Dr. McDonald, Sandy, we'd be able to help support them depending on what their evaluation cycle looked like if they needed some additional help to be able to evaluate their teachers until the following year when everybody gets readjusted with boundaries. So if that administrator in the building that had the TOSAs needed some help with evaluations, we could provide some additional support to them.
Director Carly Anderson.
Oh, sorry, Terry, did you want?
Oh, I was just going to say that I had 900 in Lakeview, and we did that same plan. It did work out well. It was tough, but it worked out.
So that feels like a 1 year, because I guess it doesn't seem like a good use of your time. Do you know what I mean? Of your time? Not to be-
Well, it depends, because I would say then there's also the ability to be in classrooms and observing in those schools that if we spread it amongst several of us, it's not like I would be spending every day there, but if an administrator said, hey, I need some help, I'd rather help them and help their staff make sure they're getting those things done so it still supports them rather than not, if that makes sense. So I'm not saying I'd be in there for a month at a time, but as we get close to evaluations, we'd probably find out who those folks would be. And it depends on what each building has, because some building, depending on the tenure of their teachers and where they are in the evaluation cycle, one building may have more than another, so it may not be in both buildings. Does that make sense?
Director Lind.
In my case, I actually had other elementary principals come in and help me out.
Director Carly
Yeah,
Anderson.
I mean, I think it's, I'm just going to be honest in saying that I think that the role is obviously very important. And this is something that I think would be very important to, I'm just thinking if I were a principal, it'd be hard for me to ask you to come help me, not to. And so I would want to have kind of a clearly developed plan to make sure we really do offer the support that is necessary, because obviously those numbers are different. And the last thing that I would want is like any sort of animosity amongst principals based on different work burden. That sort of thing.
Director Kelleher.
Dr. Van Zyl, I think you maybe are going to be addressing where these recommended action or these recommended reductions came from.
Where did they come
I
from?
mean, go ahead. You answer your question.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is that if this gets approved, we'd obviously have to sit down with them and take a look at their staff and evaluate how they feel they're able to get those things done and how can we support them in that process. So it would be a very specific plan. It's just not, hey, here it is, January, and now we've got to do evaluations. It's an ongoing process, so we'd have to work with them to be able to figure out when and how that looks. And you're right, some people may not want the superintendent to walk in there and do that evaluation, or the building principal may not, but I do think there's pluses and minuses to that. The minus is the level of comfort that some people may have. The plus is we are still trying to provide the supports and resources for our folks to be able to get the job accomplished. And of course, then it's a sit-down conversation with that administrator, with whoever it is, myself, Sandy, or Emily, or anybody else that's licensed to be able to do evaluations. So we could have multiple people do that. So.
Did you still have something, Director?
Well, yeah, so that's where I was going. So with recommendations like this, although I know with a lot of the recommendations, there's tentative plans behind the scenes about what could be done and how to handle them, but there's also more details that would be put to the table and sitting down and talking to the people involved once we know which reductions are taking place and which ones aren't. So there are more plans around this once it's decided which reductions to go forward with.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Lake Mary and Eastview Assistant Principals reductions?
So moved.
Motion by Director Lind. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Kelleher. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the third item is kindergarten STEM addition and partial music reduction. For the 2023-24 school year, we propose a reduction of one 50-minute music class in kindergarten to allow kindergartners to have a 50-minute STEM class like their peers do in grades 1 through 5. With this proposal, kindergartners would have music and STEM classes respectively once a week for 50 minutes. Currently, kindergartners receive no direct instruction in STEM and music twice a week for 100 minutes. This proposal would provide consistency of STEM direct instruction in grades K through 5, where we currently only serve students in grades 1 through 5. STEM is the only specialist area that does not serve kindergarten. PE, music, and art all provide kindergartners with direct instruction. The current number of minutes per specialist area in grades K through 5 include physical education, 100 minutes a week for grades K through 5. Art, 50 minutes a week for grades K through 5. Music, 100 minutes a week for kindergarten, 50 minutes a week for grades 1 through 5. STEM, 0 minutes a week for kindergarten, 50 minutes a week for grades 1 through 5. The cost savings of this proposal is $112,000.
So I have a question on this, just to get us started here. I do have an understanding of how that goes in the elementary school, and to my understanding right now, the kindergartners are receiving STEM, but it's through a push-in model. Is that correct?
Yes, the STEM teachers, at times, depending on what their schedule looks like, are able to provide an integration piece where they're either pushing in, they're modeling, they're co-teaching, et cetera. But it's not direct, consistent instruction.
Okay. And then the concerns that that the board has received through email from teachers, music teachers in the district, is that with this reduction, the music teachers would be traveling between buildings, and it would make it difficult for them to have the time to do elementary concerts. Is that what? Do we have some clarification on that?
So we have other specialist areas that are itinerant, and it would not just be music. I do know that the music teachers have currently been looking at what it looks like for the perform portion of their standards, such as concerts. And currently right now, Madam Chair, that is inconsistent across the board, even without this reduction.
Okay. One more question on that. Being an out-of-state teacher, I moved here with a license that had kindergarten on it, so I'm very well aware of what the kindergarten licensure requirements are in the state. With this restructuring of how we're doing this model, how does that look for the STEM teachers that are taking over? Do they have kindergarten licensure?
Yes, thank you for that question. So currently, 4 of our STEM teachers are not licensed in kindergarten. However, our HR specialists have been working with Pelsby, potentially one of them with some new legislation that is coming through in April, because that particular STEM teacher had taught first grade in a contained classroom. The legislation allows for adjoining grade levels to be able to have that license. That would mean that we would have 3 individuals who do not have a K license who are currently investigating opportunities to support them with that K license.
Are there any other questions from the board? Director Schindley?
So if they're not licensed, then that wouldn't be an option then? Or are we really stretching from building to building then for one teacher?
So if they do not have a license, then it would be considered a vacant position where we would seek out individuals who are licensed for that position. So it would not be an itinerant situation.
Okay. Director Thompson?
Can you help me understand, like, what would be lost if we didn't have music in kindergarten, 2 times instead of once? I mean, I feel like at that age, all they do is sing and play. And so, I mean, I know that they can play with Legos and STEM and stuff like that. I'm looking to learn more. Is there more value in music than STEM in kindergarten? 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds.
I don't think we can put a value over one standard over another, but what this particular proposal allows is a balance of experiences for our kindergartners.
Director Thompson?
And is there any state requirements that we have to have so many minutes in music, or is that
Or STEM.
no such thing? Okay.
Is there a kindergarten requirement for STEM?
No, our district has chosen to use STEM as one of our specialist areas because it aligned with one of our previous levies of supporting an opportunity for our students K-5 in a STEM experience.
All right. Dr. Van Zyl?
I guess the only thing I would add is that I think we all know how malleable and insightful young kids are. They're growing and learning and wanting to gain more knowledge, and I think the more you can expose them to different opportunities, by having the opportunity to be involved in STEM, I think that builds a process for them to be able to have some more exposure and learn some different skills. Again, not that we pit one versus the other, but I think it's that opportunity that they are being exposed to those types of standards and those learning opportunities that they're not getting right now.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the kindergarten STEM addition and partial music reduction?
I'll make a motion.
Motion from Director Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Director Carly Anderson. Is there any further discussion on this? Director Thompson?
Yeah, can you help me understand the 1.4 FTE impact? So are we losing another music teacher, or?
So if you look at a particular grade level, say for example for kindergarten, one particular building might have 5 sections, and so what you would be losing is the FTEs of the 50 minutes of each of those 5 sections. So when you add up all the sections across our system, that's where we get the 1.5 FTE.
I guess my reservations on this, they're twofold. One being an elementary teacher that understands the importance of kindergarten and feeling that some of our practices have become developmentally appropriate for what a kindergarten student should be exposed to. So I do see the value in having music. And I also kind of like the STEM push-in model just because that kindergarten, it's play through exploration. So I don't know, I'm stuck on that. And then I'm also stuck on the fact that that we have teachers that don't have that licensure, so we're going to have to look for that too. I don't know. I guess I have a lot of questions about that.
The one piece that this model allows for is we do have science standards in kindergarten as we do in grades 1 through 5. Currently, with the revision of the standards of 2019, the STEM teachers have worked closely with the grade level teachers to identify which standards the classroom teacher teaches in the area of science and which ones the STEM teachers take on. And that would occur with this model in kindergarten as well, to have a partnership between the classroom teacher with their standards and then the standards for the STEM specialist.
Director Thompson?
So the adoption of this, we would potentially have, there would be one STEM resource that would have to alter their credentials. Is that what I understood?
We would have 3. We have 4 currently that do not have a license.
Okay.
There is a potential opportunity that's coming up in April through Pelsby, and then we have 3 who do not have the license and would have to go back for the license in order to teach that section.
But they would get the first chance then, or?
Brenda, do you want to speak a little bit to the process, what that would look like, or?
Sarah can
Sarah?
come up and do that.
Didn't know you were going to get called from the audience, did you?
And hello, hello, board. So the process for how it works in regards to staffing, particularly in this space, is that anybody that doesn't have the correct license according to statute, we have to place them in a position to which they are licensed for. What we can do is we can post the job. The first time is for 15 days according to statute, and then any time after that is 60 days the following years. And then they just can't be placed. The position goes vacant, and then if we choose to accept them again, they are all internal candidates. Then we would submit an out-of-field permission is one way we can do it, or we can also look at a kindergarten endorsement. The one thing that Pelsby is still working through, just for clarification, is while they are adopting the licensure for the kindergarten endorsement, they have not been able to answer if it will be a standalone first or second grade class for the kindergarten endorsement, or if they are going to allow positions like this where we've had STEM teachers that have done some teaching with first and second grade. They won't adopt that until April 13th. So there is a little bit of question in that as well.
But legally, like, if someone interviews against them that has a license, you have to take the licensed person, is that correct?
The current license for our STEM teachers in the job description is a K-5, is an elementary education license.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other
Director
questions?
Thompson?
How much does it cost to get one of these licenses?
It's a course currently, and the course, there's 4 states that do a kindergarten licensure. And so it depends on the school that you're looking at, but it's around $750. It's a 2-credit course. I'm quoting one school, so the other ones, I can't tell you that exactly.
How long would it take to go through the course?
The current course that I'm talking about is a 6-week course. It's this one's starting in May and is done in June.
And you wouldn't have to post these until July, or you would to get ahead of the schedule?
We do, for statute, we have to post them externally, and so they would need to be posted, but the teachers that we're talking about can still apply for it, and we can decide to.
Consider it
hold
if they're in the
We can
course, you
consider it,
consider it,
yep.
okay.
They just have to have the license by the time the position starts for the following year.
Director Lind?
I might add that it's difficult to find someone with experience in STEM at this point. And when we first had those positions open, it was tough finding somebody that would be willing to take that.
STEM and kindergarten now.
And-
Director Thompson?
Or school board. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
So the cost would be an additional roughly $700 for the staff member plus.
Plus a $57 licensing fee.
All right, and then 7 weeks to go through it with the assumption if they choose to start in May, but again, that wouldn't guarantee because we'd have to post something, and then we may lose out on the opportunity of any intellectual capital that those individuals have gained over the past however many years since they've been employed. So I would recommend no.
All right, let's go ahead and put it to a vote if no one else has any further questions. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No?
No.
No. So we have 3 ayes and 4 noes.
You have
No, I
to,
didn't say no yet.
You didn't say?
I didn't say no yet.
Oh. So you didn't vote?
I didn't vote. I wanted to see
Wow.
how other people were going to.
What?
The other 4 teachers they hold their kindergarten license as well.
So that means we don't have to get rid of them.
Though there's 8 total, 4 of them
Oh,
hold
the
the
4
kinder-
do, yeah.
Yep.
You also have to remember if they're a tenured staff member, they're entitled to the contract language that if they're certified in someplace else, they're not losing their job. In general, they have the ability to get placed in a position. So just because they won't have this position, if they're certified and tenured, correct me if I'm wrong, they would then go into a position that they're eligible for.
Correct.
Director Anderson, are you ready to vote?
No.
Okay. So the ayes would be Director Kelleher, Director Lind, and Director Carly Anderson. And then the noes were Director Shinley, Director Baker, Director David Anderson, and Director Thompson. Director Lind, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have an issue with just directing no one say, go do something else. Is there any suggestions that the board has to find this money?
Well, can I?
That's why we have a
Carly
finance
Anderson.
committee.
What?
That's why we'll have a finance committee.
That's why you want what?
I said
Okay.
that is why I proposed a finance committee.
Point of order, make sure you ask for recognition from the chair before you speak. Thank you.
We resolved it already.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
Regan, I think Carly was going to say something.
Director
I don't
Carly
know if this is
Anderson.
permitted at this point, but I guess I'm just wondering if there's any way we can, if we say, these teachers are going to do with this within this period of time, whether that's an opportunity to kind of guarantee placement. Is that, or would that
I
just
would,
not?
I would tell you that that's probably not within the realm of what you can do as a board, because you can't say to somebody, hey, go get this and we're going to guarantee you a job. They have to get certified in order to do it, because we're required to follow the statutory requirements of people being certified. So we'd have to go through the process that Sarah explained in order for that to take place. Otherwise, you have some issues in my understanding from the employment side of things. So again, not that you don't try to honor that and you try to work with folks through that process as best you can, but they'd have the ability to apply, go through the process, go through the process of filling out whatever they needed to make those classes to be able to maintain those positions as well. Because again, I think there is value to the expertise that they have in those particular areas. And so if you can work with people, you try to work with them.
Director Carly
So I
Anderson.
just want to make sure, the savings isn't through like hiring people at a lower, the savings is completely separate from that.
Correct.
So
You're
there
correct,
is
Carly.
hopefully, I would say, or I would hope, a good chance that if the pool of applicants isn't high, given the specialty, that we would rehire, or we would keep them in those positions. But there's not a guarantee.
Correct.
And that's a really hard decision to make, so I appreciate it.
Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Orchard Lake Elementary class size adjustments. For the 2023-24 school year, we recommend making adjustments of moving students from the standard classrooms into the impact classrooms in grades 4 and 5. By doing this, we would be able to reduce overall sections by approximately 2 of a cost savings of $160,000. This adjustment would better align Orchard Lake to the student ratios at our other sites. This would allow us to keep impact in place for the 2023-24 school year and provide us an opportunity to conduct a full program evaluation as we simultaneously plan for boundary attendance area adjustments with the onboarding of the 9th elementary school.
Any questions from board members on this item? So I just want to clarify, with these reductions, Impact Academy is still in place.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the Orchard Lake class size adjustments?
So moved.
A motion from Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second from Director Thompson. Any further discussion? Okay, so before we vote, please make sure you vote, board members. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
The next item is Ignite Intervention Clerical Support. For the 2023-24 school year, we propose the elimination of the Ignite Program Assistant position. This position is responsible for assisting with the clerical portion of the Ignite identification process and programming communication. This position also supports Ignite teaching staff by supporting students with individual and small group enrichment opportunities. An example of this would be the Ignite Choice units and the math and literacy enrichments. With this reduction, the Oak Hills clerical staff and Ignite teachers would then assist with the programming communication in the ID process and with individual and small group enrichment opportunities, with the potential elimination of the choice unit component of the Ignite program. The cost savings of this proposal is $30,000.
Dr. Van Zyl.
The one thing I would add is that this is the building that has some additional hours through the change that you just made with elementary schools earlier. So if that was something that that administrator wanted to be able to utilize some of those additional hours for, they could use that in some way, shape, or form to build back. So that's up to the building on how they want to be able to do that. So that probably had never been explained to you before because we had to wait to see what happened with the other areas, but this is the building that actually gains some time. Am I correct on that, Bill?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Director David Anderson?
Clarifying question, Superintendent. So we've gotten emails that the whole program's going to be eliminated. That's not true.
Correct, that's not
Okay.
true. The program stays. It's the position that helps support through the interventions and the clerical, albeit it's any position that has support a program. Again, if they want to have that support, they could build some of that back in with those hours.
Or the parents or the PTO or other people. I'm just thinking outside the box.
There could, but I'm going to guess that there probably are some specific requirements that you have to have. Because I'm going to almost bet that you probably have volunteers and people already supporting the program that are coming in. But, you know, it would be up to the creativity
I would
of
just
the
ask
staff.
that we explore everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and that principal could work with their team there to be able to take a look at that.
Director Carly Anderson?
Just to clarify, so do we know how many hours that is and how many, like, what would be let's say the Oak Hills people said, we want to put all of those extra hours toward Ignite. Would that be even close to, like, how many hours are
I'm
we
looking
losing
at
here?
Bill.
It probably wouldn't be 100%, but it would be getting close.
Okay.
We can, again, it depends, because I would say this, having been an elementary principal that worked with several programs, if there's a way to make it work, your staff is going to figure out a way to make it work. If it's like, hey, we'll take some hours from this and some hours from that, and we'll pick some of it up, they'll work through that, I think. And I think that's the beauty of it, giving the principal the hours to be able to work through their building on their particular needs.
If I understand the model right, they group them together for 3 years?
Yes, so the Ignite program starts in grade 3, and it's grades 3, 4, and 5.
So I think what he's asking, do they stay together?
Yes, those students do stay together with some minor changes of enrollment or adjustments.
Yeah. It seems like a really cool program. So
Can I ask, like, for the intervention support that this position supplies, how much is that occurring, like, every day? Is it part of their curriculum that this support happens every day, or is it like an intervention support? Because I guess, like, from the emails that we've received from staff members, it seems like it's a very integral part of the program. So I'm trying to figure out in my mind if this position is cut, how that program moves forward that way.
Yes, so this particular individual, as I mentioned earlier, does have some clerical portions with the communication and with the clerical portion of the identification process. They also coordinate the choice unit, I think to what you're speaking of, Kim.
Yeah.
And that may be an elimination due to the loss of these hours. But to Director Anderson, that could be through a voluntary experience. To offer some of those opportunities, but that is part of the cuts that would be proposed.
And then the clerical duties associated with that would be taken over by the Orchard Lake clerical staff?
Oak Hills.
Oak Hills, sorry. Is there a possibility of allowing the clerical support to be taken over and then to keep the intervention support in place and reduce it to a 0.5 FTE instead of a full reduction?
I would say that would be up to the administrator with the hours that they have within their building.
Okay. Director Thompson?
Can you share with me what is choice units? Is it like is it a class? Is it a certain curriculum? Is it like, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, so it's an exploratory opportunity for those students who are identified in Ignite. Our past practice actually was is our gifted ed specialists in our buildings came and did some of those choice units. So that was a process we had done in the past. It could be a place where we could explore once again, but it could be things, such as robotics could be a unit. It could be about, how the brain functions. I mean, they have a variety of different units that they have used in the past that they have retaught.
Director Thompson?
Are these units like just one class throughout the entire day, or are there multiple?
No,
I'm just trying to understand
they
the scope of
usually
this.
run of a handful of weeks, maybe 6+ weeks, maybe a little bit less, between 4 to 6 weeks. And they meet on a weekly basis, maybe for an hour and a half, until that unit is completed.
Director Thompson?
How many students go to Ignite, and is this exploratory opportunity just an add-on to the already accelerated programs that they already have, or is this kind of? I'm just trying to understand if there's more value in this to entice more students to be a part of the program, or are we taking away programs for these Ignite students that? I don't know. It's like it would be taken in elective ways. How I'm trying to understand if that's what we're doing.
Can I?
Dr. Van Zyl?
I guess I would say this is I don't necessarily, if you're going down that path, you just did that to kindergartners because you were providing opportunities for them different than what they were going to receive. So I think you have to be careful of how you have those conversations in regard to what you're offering through that process, because again, you're probably talking did you look up how many kids that was?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. When we look at our current enrollment for Ignite, in third grade we have 26 students, 25 in fourth grade, and 26 in fifth grade, which is in line with our guidelines.
So roughly 80 students as compared to every kindergartner across the district with the STEM opportunity. So again, I do think that the creativity of those staff members, along with the support of that building administrator, could provide that. And I think to David's point, there may be people in the community that want to come in and say, hey, let me show you how to do robotics, or let me how to do, you can bring in some outside supports and resources to extend that learning.
Or donate money, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Director Shinley?
So just to clarify that this does not remove the Ignite program, right? It's just the support piece, the one piece of the support.
You are correct.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to approve the Oak Hills Ignite Intervention Clerical Support cut or reduction?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Director Kelleher. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Director Shinley. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
You did to Dave. That's okay.
All right. The
Brian,
last,
did you abstain? I'm sorry.
No, I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't hear you. Right? Sorry. Go ahead.
The last item on the elementary reductions and adjustments is Cherry View's behavior support. Starting in the 2019-2020 school year, in order to support student growth and student enrollment at both Lake Marion and Cherry View, the district established 2 behavior support specialist positions. At Lake Marion, this position was eliminated at the end of the 2020-2021 school year and replaced with a licensed assistant principal in the 2021-22 school year. The behavior support specialist position, however, was retained at Cherry View with the addition of a licensed assistant principal position in the 21-22 school year. The recommendation moving forward is to eliminate the behavior support specialist position at Cherry View while retaining the licensed assistant principal position to support student needs. The cost savings of this proposal is $80,000.
Are there any questions from the board on this?
Can I,
Director Carly Anderson?
I'm just curious, what is the background of the behavior support person? Like, what is the specialty?
Yeah, it can vary. Some of our individuals who have been in that position might have a licensed counseling background, may have some special education in EBD, could be a school psychologist, could be a variety of different backgrounds.
Can I ask one more?
Dr. Van Zyl.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I think you touched on it, is that this position was in place prior to the assistant principal, and it was the understanding that it was supposed to be removed when the assistant principal position went into place, but it never was removed. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Thank you.
Director Carly Anderson.
So would the AP be working with a school counselor? Or so, I'm just wondering in terms of, those are different responsibilities, I would assume, an AP and a behavior support person. So are they working with someone to kind of guide
Yes.
that?
Currently at each of our elementary sites, we do have a full-time counselor.
Okay, so sorry.
Would still be in place.
Okay, and so the AP would be working closely if they're having
Correct.
to deal with any behavioral concerns?
Correct. As well as the principal.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve the Cherry View behavior support reduction?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Director Thompson, second by Director David Anderson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next slide.
Thank you so much, Elida.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it.
Oh,
So that's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yeah. So the next item that you have is the middle school reductions, and so if our folks want to come forward from that, I think our principals are coming up first to talk about schedule, because last time they shared some information with you and you asked them to go and take a look at some other things, and so I believe that's what they have done, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, I'll turn it over to our middle school principals.
Thank you for having us back. Appreciate that. So the first slide we wanted to talk about here is just a little bit of review and then kind of where we're going to take you here tonight with some things that were asked for us for last time. So we looked at a proposal. Last time we compared the proposal one, which is where we currently are with our current schedule, current staffing, and our current programming for students. We compared that day in a life for a student to our proposal 2, as you see up there, which we shared with you last week. And that was with a reduction of 6 FTE, and those were the tenets that we were under when we came here to present. And just trying to compare a little bit between proposal 1 and proposal 2. In proposal 1, that's the double literacy block piece that we talked about. And in proposal 2, it combines the communications language arts into a single English language arts course. We look to have the fine arts compliance, as we talked about last week as well. Preserving teaming is what you got in proposal 2, and then looking at those explore pieces as well, giving more opportunities for kids to explore some different things. Tonight we're going to talk a little bit about proposal 3 and comparing that to our current situation that we're in with our proposal 1 and where kids currently have programming. And then we did put on there proposal 4. That's where we've been. We've had a junior high model. That's 18 FTE, and that's a 1.4. So the drastic piece, that's not what we're looking at, but we wanted you to kind of understand where we have been and what we've added back, and then looking at some of those reductions here that we've been asked to do. Okay? So with that, again, we're going to go through the first 3 fairly quickly because we showed these to you last week, just hitting some highlights. So if you look at our current situation for the 22-23, that proposal 1, that is where we currently are. Students get math, language arts, communications, science, and Minnesota studies, and every other day rotation of the physical education and band and choir, as well as they get a semester of facts and a semester of coding. Now, the proposal that we brought you last week would change that up a little bit. Again, receiving math, English language arts, that combined piece, as we talked about, adding in physical education and adding in health into 6th grade, which we don't currently have that health piece into 6th grade. science, Minnesota studies, and then looking at a little bit different with, we're calling it flex time. Last week we called it that intervention, but I think we were kind of getting hung up on what that was. A lot of schools call it a flex time. You can do an intervention and an explore and some of those different pieces with that time, but really with a band, a choir, and a music exploration every other day opposite of flex time for kids. And that would be also when we'd offer a team time for our teachers. So again, every other day. And then seventh hour for this example, we're in a wheel rotation for 7 weeks, and the opportunities of family consumer science, visual arts, media arts, introduction to Spanish, and industrial tech STEM. And again, hitting those pieces with the compliance of the fine arts piece as well. And then also hitting the tenets of what you asked us to do and looking at those reductions. Now, as we look at the next one, 7th grade, very similar to that. Again, when we look at the schedule overall, and then going into 8th grade, that piece did change, different from a 6th and a 7th, as again, we have electives offered to 8th graders, and they get to choose. Could be 2 selections, whether it's 2 year-long courses, or up to 4 selections, might they be semester courses, taking up 2 periods of each day. Now, changing that to that proposal we shared last week to a band, choir, music experience, opposite of flex time or an intervention, explore time for them, enrichment time, and then the wheel courses again of FACS, visual arts, media arts, introduction to Spanish and industrial tech and STEM. And again, hitting that fine art standard, which we were trying to attain as well. So that's what we shared with you last week. We did some work with our superintendent, and I know that you guys had some questions about what would be some options if we looked at this a little bit differently. Again, so we wanted to provide a proposal comparing 1 and 3. And so if we go to that next slide here for 6th graders, if we really look at that, again, that current, where our kids currently are, what they currently have for programming, and then looking at what we could offer them as well. So again, we would take that advisor flex time, we'd build that into the day, but we would not have that opposite anything. That way we'd build that into the day, whether it starts our day, ends our day, middle of the day, kind of becomes its own period. What you get out of that is every teacher at one time across your building has that at the same time. So it does allow you a little bit of flexibility to have, in my case, 64 faculty member come out at the same time and be able to schedule kids accordingly. Now with that, we would still have math, English language arts, and in addition, per the conversation we had with our superintendent, to add back in an additional semester of English language arts opposite a health class. Now you could look at this either in a semester option, an every other day option, but again, it's roughly half a year of English language arts for an addition, as well as then hitting that health piece in 6th grade as well. Having science, having Minnesota studies, going back to an option of band and choir every other day opposite physical education. Again, we have that now. We know that that works. And then really trying to attain that wheel piece. More options for our kids, more opportunities for our kids on that 7-week rotation for FACS, visual arts, media arts, introduction to Spanish, and industrial tech STEM. So if we look at a 7th grade, again, very similar of adding back in that English language arts for a semester and the health. And then again, band and choir become an every other day course, opposite physical education, and then along with our wheel. This, remember, will get us in that fine arts piece that we want to be able to attain. And again, what we were asked to do to see if we could add some pieces back in for the English language arts piece. Okay? Now, in 8th grade, a little bit different, again, because 8th grade has that little bit different of programming. So again, what we have currently this year, and then in that proposal 3, again, the algebra, English, physical education, health, science, global studies, and then offering band, choir, and a music experience every day for those kiddos. They currently do have that if they choose it to be every day, so if kids did choose, but again, in trying to keep our fine arts piece and our fine arts standards, we want to be able to offer that every day for those kids. So band, choir, or music experience would be an everyday course for 8th graders, and then wheel as they'd work through that. Family consumer science, visual arts, media arts, introduction to Spanish, and industrial tech and STEM. So offering you something a little bit different. This really kind of moves you down. 6 is proposal 2 when you look at FTEs, and this gets us to about 3 FTEs overall here. So reduction in overall. So if we go back to the first one, in that comparison, you can kind of see where we currently are, proposal 2, and what that offered, and then proposal 3. And then the catastrophic piece at proposal 4, which we are not a proponent of.
So just to add, they had just asked me to come down because they spent a lot of time working on this to say, could you recap what you think the board said? And so I recapped with them is that the understanding of we need to be in compliance and that if there was a way to add ELA back in some way, shape, or form to do that. So that was about a 5-minute conversation, and they spent multiple hours and a couple days probably working on that to try to, because I think that's what you had asked them to try to do. So that's what they worked on.
So we'd like to be able to entertain any questions because, again, throwing that new curveball your way, what might questions you have for us?
Director Lind?
I think one answer I think I've gotten, you'll be in fine arts compliance with this program, correct?
Yes.
Which we weren't last year.
And we currently aren't this year.
I meant this year. My second question is maybe to the superintendent. We saw our $312,000 that we need to find if we approve this. Is that correct? Or do you have ideas for that?
I think goes to the question you asked earlier. I think anything that you don't approve, which again, you have the ability not to do, we have to come back and find that in some way, shape, or form, either through the alternates or something else that's there. But I can't tell you that there's a whole lot else there that doesn't probably impact teaching staff in some way, shape, or form.
I know whatever we do is going to impact staff, which is sad, but that's just the reality of the situation, unfortunately. Thank you.
Director Carly Anderson?
Thanks for going back to the drawing board.
Welcome.
I think we really appreciate that. One of the things I'm wondering is, let's say that this didn't get approved. I guess I'm wondering too, how do other schools incorporate that art piece to be, because we know other districts are doing Spanish and other things for longer than 7 weeks. So how are other districts incorporating that art piece that we're not in compliance with?
So other schools are having to change their courses in order to comply. And so that's kind of a given what they're also looking at for other districts. And again, we didn't go out and ask, but that's what you would have to do. You would have to go out, and if you are a Bloomington or a 196 or a Farmington, you would have to say, how do we go in compliance? Where are we out of compliance, and what has to change in order to become in compliance? And that's, you have to change a course. So you could add hours into your day, but most districts don't have the fundings to add another period to do that. So it's usually it's changing a course.
Dr. Van Zyl?
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be, because I think you said last time, again, some of the districts that you took a look at also have other resources and supports within their system that allow for some of that flexibility that we don't have. And so it would be an add to bring some of those positions on board to create that for us. Is that accurate?
For us, we would look at changing how we're doing things would be in addition to what we're looking at. So if you look at the Music Explorer, that would be an add in order to have us in compliance as well.
And I guess the time of day that folks are in front of staff, are those comparable, or have you looked at that?
We haven't compared a comparable of how staff are in front of kids.
So there could be some that have more class periods, shorter time, that have extended their day schedule along with resources. So there's multiple layers to it that we'd have to dig into further.
Yes. Yep.
I can say one thing. Other schools that are in compliance with the fine arts standards have more staffing, like Dr. Van Zyl was saying. So when we have looked at other districts and looked at their schedules and tried to make something work, for instance, a quarter class instead of a 7-week class, within our FTEs and having to make reductions, we cannot make that work. And so other districts are able to make it work because they have more staffing than what we currently have. And right now we have to reduce our staffing. So this is the best that we could do within our parameters.
Director Shinley?
So let's say like Minnesota Studies. Can that be offered every other day?
You could offer that every other day.
Can you piggyback that on with an arts, let's say, or, instead of having the wheel, I'm really struggling with the wheel with the Spanish, 6th, 7th, 8th. I'm really trying to look past it, but I'm really struggling with that piece. I just want to know, is there any way you can readjust it in that sense, like Minnesota Studies, a couple, if they don't have to do every day to a science, you know what I mean? I'm just curious to know if that would be an option.
I do believe Minnesota Studies, you could go to a semester course, but again, then you have to look at what supplants what you're taking away from Minnesota Studies, what's going in.
Okay.
So either way, there's a reduction, whether you're reducing a Minnesota Studies, an English language arts, science, because you said science. At some point, you still aren't reducing if you're just taking away and adding something back in. So does that help answer?
Yeah. I just looking at the whole picture and just what the kids, let's just say what my son's offered in his 6th, 7th, 8th. And I really enjoyed how he was learning during that time and how he's grown. I can get concerned a little bit about the special ed minutes on IEP minutes, making sure that those students are being taken care of as well when when you're incorporating the 7 weeks each time. So yeah, that's just my take, I guess.
We always follow the law when it comes to special ed.
I totally understand
Always
that.
follow
Yep,
the
I
law.
know that.
So
Good
Yep,
job.
I
always
understand
follow
that.
the law, Director Baker. So,
Director Carly Anderson?
So, and again, I come back to it because this is where some of us probably have insight because I have been interviewing my daughter a lot. But the flex time that is in that proposal 3 at the start of the day, I thought that's already happening as an option at the start of the day. Is it not?
It's advisory.
It is at Century. It's built into advisor time for us, but it looks a little bit different than what Century has, and it's different also at Kenwood. We're trying to align all three of us.
Sure.
As Century actually started with that process of doing an intervention time, and then it's kind of went to, actually Kenwood actually started with it if we were to want to get granular, and then it went to Century, and we had chosen at McGuire to keep it through advisor time. We're trying to stay consistent across 3 buildings and have an equal opportunity for our kids across the district. So if we build it in option 3 to start our day or end our day, we'd then have to figure out what minutes we're looking at and how that then impacts the rest of the day.
So can I ask a specific question to the language component? For proposal 1, it has Spanish, French, and ASL still in that hour 7, but as a year-long course, because that would be the progression of that. Is that not available as a wheel rotation? Like we couldn't continue to do that?
So let me understand, you're asking, could we keep ASL, French, and Spanish
Like the
as a
3
wheel rotation?
Like how it is for hour 7 for proposal 1.
So like 1 year they get ASL, 1 year they get French, 1 year they get Spanish? I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly.
Well, I guess I'm just looking at proposal 1 where it says Spanish, French, and ASL. And it says year-long, so I'm assuming that
For
if a
8th grade?
student.
For 8th grade?
Yeah.
Yeah, for 8th grade.
If a student enters that, then it's like a language class and it's all year, right? And then they rotate through those 3, is that
No,
correct?
currently, they have it for an entire year.
Okay.
And that is if they pass, then they're able to take then that next level at the high school, whether it's
Okay.
ASL 2, Spanish 2, or French 2. So
Okay.
they get a year-long course of language at 8th grade that they can choose to select.
Oh, okay. All right. Director Thompson?
And I believe it's my understanding that part of the levy that was passed, we said that we would offer foreign languages in 8th grade. Is that my understanding?
We did, at that time, surveyed families, and that was their number one piece, is to have a world language. We didn't specify specifics as to which one is better than or above another, but they did specify that was a want of our community.
Yep.
And that is something that we had talked about when we brought on teaming and middle school through that levy.
Got it. So then,
To add to that a little bit, if you don't mind, you have to go back and take a look at what was actually the ballot language and not necessarily the presentations that were made. So you have to follow the statutory ballot language. And having pulled that up, it doesn't normally get that granular or that specific. It talks about adding middle school resources, middle school supports, middle school opportunities. It doesn't go in and spell out the specificity of anything, which is how normally most levies or referendums are written. So there's
world languages was not part of the levy.
It's not written in the ballot language. It probably was a part of the presentations that went out to the community. So that's that fine line you walk of what was presented and what's actually in the language. I'm always a proponent of you want to make sure that your language spells out exactly what you're going to do as best that you can. But I'm just telling you, there is some area in there that it doesn't spell out language or teaming, or it talks about middle school resources, even though I think in the presentations to the community, several of those areas were talked about, because that was a question I received, and so I tried to do some legwork, and I think Bill looked at it as well.
Director Thompson?
Is FACS offered in ninth grade? I don't know if it is or not.
It is a high school course that's offered.
Okay. And what are the key differences between FACS 6th, 7th, and 8th and ninth grade? Or is it just...
I can't speak to ninth grade. Maybe Ms. McDermott could, because she was actually an assistant principal itself. For us, we're looking at those initial exploratory pieces for kids. So they get an opportunity for sewing. They get an opportunity for foods, all the way up through running a sewing machine, all the way up through cooking a full meal. And then there's all the pieces and parts that go in that with safety and an understanding. So, and just to share a little bit, kids cannot do a knot and a needle to save their life, just to let you know that. So if you're missing a button.
I can't either.
There you go. So it's a life skill that we didn't realize until we started, digging into it, just FYI, so.
Yeah, I see tremendous value in FACS. I really do. But if fine arts is a state requirement, I mean, between the two, I'd probably go with fine arts in my opinion. From my understanding, again, I think you guys were tasked in a very short period of time to put a proposal together, and so I thank you for that, because I don't know how to do master scheduling, but thank you for putting that effort together. But I think you guys were also tasked with trying to save $400,000 or $500,000, and where can you go to get that? Of these three proposals, and I appreciate proposal 3 because we're trying to keep at least half of the ELA and additional writing for our kids and so forth. I think I'd like to see a proposal 5 of what that would look like with keeping ELA and communications and being compliant with fine arts. So I make a motion to table this topic.
Dr. Van Zyl?
They were given the instructions of what exactly you guys spelled out here, and they also were told if there's a way to keep ELA and be in compliance, what would that be? And it adds staff. So they did take a look at that to be able to say if they're, but given the parameters that you'd have to add additional staff, which would cost us more money instead of what your initial proposal is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's your proposal 5 is going to come back and say the only way you can do this is to add staff and an additional cost. That because you did take a look at, and if I'm saying that wrong, tell me I'm saying it wrong, because they asked me to come down and I said if there's a way to keep it and still be in compliance, how do you do it? And they said we've looked at it. It's adding additional staff.
Yep.
So not that you can't make that motion, but I hate to have them go and do the work that's going to come back to the point that tells you the only way to do it is to add additional staff when you're talking about making budget adjustments.
Yep.
Director Keller?
Yeah, no, that was exactly my comment, is what I heard now is exactly what we asked you to do, to go back and revisit. And so I question the motion to go back and do the same thing again. So this is what has come out of your revisiting, keeping that on the table without adding staff.
I also just want to add that when we sat and we met and we were going through all of the work, you have to understand we have 3 schools that we're thinking about. And what works at Kenwood doesn't necessarily work at Century, who has a lot more students than us, or at McGuire. And so we could find a schedule that worked at one building, but it didn't work at the other 2. And so I want that to be clear too. My enrollment in my building is a lot less, and what I can do is different than the other 2 buildings.
And to add one more layer to that, if you share staff, and we have 2 different sets of start times, you have to build that into a master schedule as well, because if you do end up sharing staff through a wheel rotation or some portion of your day, that has to work as well. And so when you're talking about not just building one for McGuire or Kenwood or Century, you're building a master schedule that'll work across a district for all middle school kids. And so it's not just in silo, it's in tandem together.
And so the question probably would be, well, why aren't all the middle schools on time? It's because of the busing. If you want to run the efficient system that we run, you have to have one of the middle schools and the number of kids run in that route with your high school kids. So if you said, hey, put everybody on the same start time, you're probably changing the cost of your busing pretty significantly in order to make that happen.
Director David Anderson?
Sincerely, I don't waste words a lot and thank just everybody, but thank you for your effort. I know it was very difficult, and I appreciate you coming back with another proposal part of it.
You're welcome.
Director Carly Anderson?
How does this actually play out with the every other day? So with the proposal 3, where you have the semester or every other day, how does that play out in terms, I think you said that, so that means you cut the FTE from 6 to 3?
It goes from 6 to
si-
3, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
So does that mean you're sharing, like one staff member might be working across buildings or?
It could. Ideally, you don't try to do that. You try to create as many 1.0 positions as you can so you don't have to share. It could. But in the scenario we have, the way this works is it's a 1.0 across that position.
Per school.
So,
Per school. So in the schedule side. But again, you could share. So it just depends on how those pieces kind of fall out. So.
It's also a more expensive model because we're going back to daily teaming. If you would remember from Proposal 2, we had the intervention time opposite going every other day with the teaming, and this Proposal 3 allows our teachers to team every day together.
Director Shinley, did you still have a question?
Yes, yeah, I do. Just a quick question. So you have English Language Arts and then ELA on hour 3. Is that, do you mean COM there, or is that ELA, another ELA course? It's COM, right?
And it's communications over here. As we're rewriting standards, we're
Yes.
getting into calling it ELA, English Language Arts.
Okay.
And away from a specific communications or an English Language Arts until you get to 8th grade when it's English.
Okay.
And so really just trying, as we go through some standard alignment, we thought it better that we move forward with some different course names as we go through the alignment as well.
Okay.
Director Thompson?
Could we consolidate and have Minnesota Studies and Health go back and forth? And then is there an opportunity to maybe do a longer block of ELA that's hour 2 and hour 3?
If you chose to do that, you certainly could, if that's where you wanted to go, but it doesn't get you any more cost savings. It just changes where your course is being offered, whether it's another year-long ELA and then Minnesota Studies goes to a semester, opposite of health. It's not a savings. It's just a change.
So then in that proposal then, if we move health down to hour 5,
It's not a savings.
there's
it's
no
just a
savings, there'll be
change.
no savings
Correct.
whatsoever, but
Yep.
would we meet state requirements?
I believe you still would. I believe that Minnesota Studies could go to a semester course. Again, I would have to make sure and check with our teaching and learning department, but I understand that it could be a semester course. But again, it's not a savings in the current schedule.
Okay.
We also would be talking about staff that have not been talked to per the contract that could potentially be out of a position that did not get that conversation. This model with Proposal 3 is in alignment with what 196 does. When we looked at what Elida had shared with us the last time, this is in alignment with our neighboring district as far as the ELA component.
So right now, Director Thompson, there's a motion on the table that you made based on tabling this discussion. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
We have the motion by Director Thompson and a second by Director Carly Anderson to table this discussion. Is there any further discussion on the board from this? We're voting on the original motion made by Director Thompson to table this discussion and not vote on it tonight. Is there any discussion through the board about that? Director Carly Anderson?
Yeah, I'm with you in struggling with the wheel. And I don't know how to get around that piece just because it's hard to, obviously, I think a lot of us are wondering about the ELA, and I'm also thinking about the Spanish piece. Has there been any discussion with the Spanish teachers about any? I mean, obviously, the Spanish teachers are probably not going to be in favor of moving from a year-long to a 7-week. But I just am wondering, do they think they can do anything with a 7-week introduction?
We have to have enough places for students to go. So if you asked the three of us, do we think a 7-week class is ideal? We don't. But when we looked, we had looked at semester classes, we looked at year-long classes, we looked at trimester classes. We thought we had it going with quarter classes. Then when you put the students into the schedule and you want to keep teaming and you are given parameters of how many FTEs we have, there was no other way to make it work but to have 5 7-week classes at each grade level. It does not work given our FTEs. So in a perfect world, we would want to add on to our staffing to really have a robust middle school schedule. And that's not our reality right now.
Kim?
And if I could, taking us back a little bit, this is when Director Lind was still a principal. This was a year before I got here. This was about 16 years ago.
Careful.
Respect.
Careful.
It's nothing but respect, sir.
He's already been called the old board member.
Yeah, it's nothing
so.
but respect. But we had 7-week wheel courses that were offered at our middle schools in a robust middle school programming. We offered a world language, and it was an experience of world language for our kids. I think Swahili might have even been in there at one point. But again, we offered some of these courses as experiences for kids, and we knew a 7-week wheel does work. So knowing that, it was also best practice that we kind of went off of that 7-week, giving those explore pieces for our kids for the wheel. So again,
Director
it's not
Kelleher?
ideal,
So
however.
that was exactly where I was going, is when we put the wheel in before, and the purpose and intent of the wheel, and how that developed out of the best practice study that had been done for middle schools. And so the idea isn't that, like, by the end of a 2nd-week course, they're not going to be fluent speaking Spanish. It's to give them exposure to the cultures, to the food, to the language, and anything that might pique their interest, to just spark interest in wanting to know a foreign language and wanting to know about other countries and other cultures. In that time when we had it back then is when a couple of my kids went through that, and we actually had web design was part of that at that time because it wasn't embedded into our other classes. So it's just a 7-week course that gives them different areas to touch on, to be interested in. So as they move into the high school, they maybe know where they have some direction and some passion. And it is part of the best practices then, and I think it's still part of the best practices now, if I'm not mistaken, with middle schools to give students exposures in short little bursts to these different learning times.
Director Lind?
You guys did a great job. You went back and you brought back half of the English. You brought back teaming every day, which to me is probably more important than a lot of the things that we're talking about right now. That's my personal opinion. I can live with the wheel. To me, everybody's got to, cuts have to come somewhere. And if we're going to cut, and I hate to say this is my personal opinion because I don't represent myself here on the board. I'm supposed to represent the community. That's my job. And so when I look at this, I'm in favor of it. I think it's fine. I don't think we can't have what we have this year anywhere. It's just not going to happen for a while. And I think you've done a great job with it, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Director Thompson?
I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing. I think we might be still premature. There's a few more other things on the list that we have to go through. For $248,000 savings and giving our children less time in reading and writing, that doesn't make sense to me. So I'm not in favor in proposal number 3 or 4 or 2. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I am in favor of tabling this topic as we learn more.
Dr. Van Zyl?
Where are we? Do we have a motion and a second?
We have a
on this?
motion and a second to table this discussion right now.
Okay.
Right now, we're doing discussion on that.
I just wanted to make sure I
motion.
knew where we were. My only other comment is you've got an out of compliance issue. And so that has to be fixed. So as much as I don't disagree with you, but I would also say our kids should have very solid reading and writing skills kindergarten through 5th grade before they get to 6th grade. 6th grade continues to expand on that. 7th grade continues to expand on it. So it's also the value of what our kindergarten through 5th grade teachers are doing to help get our kids ready for middle school. I think that's vitally important as well. And the issue that you're going to be faced with is the compliance piece. They're telling you that they have worked through this through multiple levels, and in order to be compliant with the parameters that we have, unless you're going to add staff, you are where you are. And I would tell you, from my personal opinion, compliance is a major issue. If we're not going to be in compliance, then what's the reason that the State Department put those things in? And that's just a moral, ethical dilemma, in my personal opinion, that we haven't been in compliance. Don't know why we haven't been. I'm not throwing anybody underneath the bus, but there's no way that we as a school district that's supposed to be credible and stand for what it stands for, like Lakeville area schools, can be out of compliance.
Director Thompson?
So I want to clarify, I think the motion is to table this to have further discussion. I don't think it was a motion to say that we want to stay out of compliance. And so while I appreciate your comments and your feedback, this will be probably a decision that the board will have to make and decide how to move forward.
Absolutely, it is a decision the board has to make, but I also don't want you to lose sight of the fact that you have your administrators who are standing in front of you telling you they've looked at it multiple ways. So you're welcome to table it. I'm just asking what else are you going to want from them, because what you've asked them to do to bring another schedule back to them, they're telling you is not doable unless you're willing to add additional resources to it, which, where we sit financially, we don't have the ability to do that. So again, it completely is a board decision, but I don't want you to have them do something that they're not, that they've stood in front of you and told you that as the professionals in this area and the experts in this area, they don't have the capabilities to do with the parameters that are on them.
Director Carly Anderson?
The only thing not the only thing, I mean, I've had lots of questions, sorry. I just think about come November, and we're going to ask for a lot of things. And I think about middle school and how I've heard about how things have changed over time for you all across many years and not getting funding and all these kinds of things. And so in 2019, when we had all this funding for middle schools, it's for a reason. Like, this is a really, really vulnerable time. And that is one of my concerns, is I know it's not on the ballot, but it is kind of from a following through with what we're saying we're asking the community for and delivering on that. And I realize we're in a position, but it feels kind of wrong to take away things that we were given money for and then to go back and say, so I wish we wouldn't have had to ask you guys. These numbers to me feel, and this, what you guys were tasked to do, feels like different. And I don't know if it's just because middle school is so expensive or what. Like,
It feels like an impossible task, so thank you,
Yes,
because
I-
we
it's not
do
what
know
you're
how
proposing. I
difficult that
appreciate it.
scheduling is, and I would share Director Anderson's concerns that from a community member, it does feel like almost like a mistrust based on what happened in 2019 and then the levy, and we want to build that trust into what we're doing every day, especially moving forward as we'll probably be looking at a levy in the fall. Director Shinley?
And I don't want to discredit your work at all, because,
Right.
as an educator myself, I know how much time you put into this. But for me, on that note, it's just as a mom and just looking at it, I feel that it would be taking away from kids. I just need to think. I need a little bit more time on that one.
Director Lind?
I have a question, two questions, one question, a comment. The question is, why are we tabling it? Are we asking them to do something that costs more money? Why are we tabling it? That's number one.
Okay.
Number two is, I want to say this again. We all have emotional attachments to a lot of this stuff that's going on. I was an English teacher. I was a media journalist. I would be out there if I wasn't up here, probably cheering for those people, because I know the job. But I can't do that as a board member. I have to look at the big picture. I have to look at all the constituents. And just because I don't like something, I'm going to vote no on it? I'm supposed to represent the public, the community. And it's hard to do. Oh, it's hard to do. I can see it in your eyes. It's hard for all of us to do this. But we have to pull back, and we have to say, these people know what they're doing.
And like I just
They're
said, though,
giving us the best.
Dr. Lind, we're not discrediting that part of it. We know that they're working
We're
really
questioning
hard.
it. We're saying, well, we go back and try to do this because of.
We just
because I
want to make
like
sure that
this
we
or
know what's
something.
best for kids is what
Exactly,
is what
but
we're doing.
everything we're doing.
Oh, point of order here.
Excuse me.
Let's talk one at a time. Thank you. Director
May I?
Kelleher.
So I'm going to piggyback off of what Director Lind said. We are trying to do what's best for kids. Our job as policymakers is to understand what's happening, and the questions are deep and wide because there's a lot of learning that needs to be done at this table with 4 brand new board members. I understand that, and I respect that. But I challenge anyone at this table to tell me if anybody in this room or who has presented to us or who had to sit and make these decisions aren't thinking of the best interest of our kids. They are. Nobody likes to be making these decisions. Nobody likes to know that people are going to be impacted. This is the hardest thing you ever have to do, and it's our job to help bring this community and the staff and our people, which means every single one of these people that had to sit and make this decision, they don't like to do that. So this is hard, and we have to be pulling it together to help make sure we're all together for the bigger picture, which is a levy referendum to get our schools where we want them to be. So I just think we have to really know that these 3 people care about each and every one of those 700, 800 kids that are in their schools. They really care, and they know. They're doctors. They've been in education forever. They know what is going to be successful. They also have visions for where we can go if we can get to a levy referendum. But we need to get through these budget cuts. We need to get compliant. We need to make sure we're functioning and not having somebody else like the state coming in and telling us what we need. So the decisions are hard. They're tough. There's a lot of learning that's going on, and I appreciate that so much. There's also a lot that has our hands tied with statutes and statutes and contracts. They know all of that, and they're balancing all of that. So I just really, Terry, I understand where your frustration is. I'm frustrated with it. It's hard to keep this going on and on and on. It's painful for our staff and our community, and we're getting emails from staff that want us to start making these decisions, no matter how painful it is, so that the staff and people that aren't in limbo anymore. And I think we need to just make some very hard decisions, have the conversations be had, and know where our staff is going to end up by the end of this so that they can plan their lives. So thank you, Terry.
Any further comment from the board? Director Thompson?
Can I make a motion to amend my motion?
Okay.
All right. Since so good points. Maybe we shouldn't table it because obviously there's some folks that want things to move forward. But thank you again for bringing the FTE count down from 6 to 3. I'd like to amend my motion from not tabling it, but also to see a proposal 5 where what would it look like if we were in compliance or to get to compliance without adding a wheel of potentially pivoting the Minnesota studies into a half day. I'm sorry, the AB model, and the other day to be the fine arts to stay in compliance or whatever that might be. So anything that we can be net neutral where it makes sense in the current model is what I like to see. So if you didn't have to have any reductions, could you get into compliance?
And you're asking, are we asking us to be able to do that? And then what would be a
very long
timeline
motion.
for that?
And Kim and I were just kind of looking at each other. So you're making a motion asking them to do a fifth option to see if they can be in compliance
Yes.
with the existing schedule and no additions.
I don't think that fits with your, like, amendment to a motion would be, they would
I
have to,
think you-
they would have to correspond, and I don't
Right,
feel like
let's do
it
that. I think
corresponds.
you have
I'll make a
amend
motion to rescind my
remove.
motion.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. So now you're,
All right.
Wait, who made the second on that motion?
Kim, who made the
my
second?
second.
Okay.
Thanks, Carly.
okay.
I want to see another option because while I understand proposal 3 is probably the most optimal path for us, but I want to know if there's anything else that we can do if we didn't have to reduce 248 and be in compliance. I feel like we don't need to rush into this decision. I mean, we've had this stuff for 2 weeks, and that's it. And so technically, a board does not even get their budget proposals until sometime in May. We are very fortunate that we've taken proactive steps, and it's only in March. So I would like to see a 5th proposal.
Okay,
Oh.
so we have, did you,
I'm sorry. I make a motion to see a 5th proposal. Thank
okay.
you.
So you have a motion by Director Thompson to see a 5th proposal. Do I have a second?
Can I ask clarification on what that proposal is for the record?
So that
Clarification.
proposal would be, what do we need to do to be in compliance with what we have today? Whether it be fax gets switched, gets replaced, or if it gets switched, or I'll look to you guys to decide.
So without adding
confused.
staff?
Without adding staff if we can. And if the answer is we can't, then you come back with a table and say you can't. It's going to cost you $300,000 if you want to be in compliance with the model that we have today.
So can I ask a point of clarification?
Sure.
Because I'm looking at my 3 administrators in front of me, and they're like, okay. Even in doing that, you probably are displacing somebody, because if you're taking somebody's position and saying, hey, we're no longer teaching this, but we're going to add this, you're moving somebody.
Yeah.
So there is no way, unless I'm misunderstanding it, because I want clarity. I want it to be perfectly clear if there's something, and maybe I should just shut up and let you vote and decide before I say, because in order to bump something out, you probably have somebody in an area that's not going to be certified, so you're still going to be displacing a staff member. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does.
So are you asking for no displacement, or are you asking for change and displace whoever you need to displace, but give us language arts double block and get us in compliance?
Yes.
That's what you're asking. Displace whoever you need to place.
I would like to see a proposal or an option where we keep language arts and communications for 6th and 7th grade. I would like to see that proposal include some sort meeting our compliance, art compliance, and if that means Minnesota Studies goes half, or FACS goes half, or Phi Ed goes half, that's what I would like to see. Because at the end of the day, if our 6th graders or 7th graders can't read and can't write, sewing aid isn't going to get them that far. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, so right now the motion is on the floor for a proposal, a 5th proposal by Director Thompson. Is there a second on that?
I second.
Second by Director Shinley. Is there any further discussion from the board on this topic? All right, so we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right, so the motion carries 5-2. Is that correct? Yes.
Can we have a 5-minute recess, please?
Before we do that, I'm going to publicly commend my folks that are standing there in front of them, of you. I know that you already did that as well. I'm just going to come to their aid a little bit and tell you it's very frustrating, because I can just read on their faces that if that's what you wanted, I was very clear, I think, when we left the last meeting and said, what do you want? Do you want it added back, partially, whatever we can do to bring it back? If we keep moving the goalposts on them, that is going to create some more issues, and I think they've already looked at, because I was very specific with them and said, if there's a way to keep it, tell me there's a way to keep it. And I think I shared that they already told you that they couldn't. So they now have their marching orders to go out and try to take a look at it, but just know that they already have looked at that. So I appreciate your guys' time and effort in that process.
Sure. Thank you.
The board will adjourn for a 5-minute recess. We are back on air, so we're going to proceed with the high school reductions and adjustments.
So I have our high school administrators coming forward, Sean and Kim.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I skipped ahead, sorry. Oh, yeah.
We roll.
It's not schedule related, so it's something else. Thank you for catching that.
Yeah, we had a few things on that first slide. Okay, what we're looking at here at the middle school, we see the copy support. This is very similar to what we're looking at the high school, as decreasing the copy support at the secondary level with the copies made. One thing I did visit with the principals late last week, really looking at this very similarly to, as we looked at the middle schools, where we look at the number of hours that are at that particular building, and then they would allocate where they need those hours. So the change in those hours would decrease with the total of the $56,000 against the 3 different buildings.
Okay. Are there questions from the board on this item? It's the copy support.
So they wouldn't lose their job, they would just lose hours.
Again, we'd be allocating hours to the building, and then they would use those hours as they seem fit.
But not that specific person.
That would be up to the
Okay.
Yeah, that would be up to the building and where they want to allocate the hours. So right this minute, I can't tell exactly how it would affect each person in that particular building.
So would this be similar hours throughout all 3 middle schools, or is this allocated on the size of the, because,
It's also allocated by the size of the enrollment that is there.
okay.
So there would be a small change there where Kenwood's a little heavy in the hours compared to the other 2 buildings. And of course, they have the least enrollment.
Okay. Director Thompson?
So is there one person at each school, or, I'm sorry, I don't think I was tracking with what you said with the copy.
Again,
support.
it's back to the total number of hours, the leaf support hours in the building. So they do several different jobs in that particular building. The reason it says copy support is because that's where we originally started at to match the high school, but really looking at the middle school level, and we are going to need some copy support. It can't just go away. Okay, so that's why we went back to look at the number of hours that they had in each building and to make adjustments that way instead of taking the copy support out.
Director Thompson?
How many people are a part of a copy support team? So if you were at Kenwood, are we looking at like 10 people?
Well, I believe
Are we looking
that
at 3?
right now the copy support at each building is just one person.
It's just one person.
Yeah.
So then if we're adjusting hours, then each person, so a person would either have more hours or less hours. Do they currently work full-time?
Lots of our, I can't specifically, when you look at the dollar amount, it's not a full-time position, okay? Most of our leaf support, like even we go back to the elementary school, these are, there's not a lot of hours in a day. They're working 5, maybe 6 hours at the most. They're lower hour positions. Okay, so when you look at a $56,000 savings, that's not a full-time position. I mean, that's a full-time position by itself. So we're only talking like a third of a position. But again, that particular person might be doing a whole different job in that building as a leaf support.
Dr. Van Zyl?
That's what I was going to say, is normally what's happened in the past, when they've taken a look at positions, they've said, well, I'm going to have this person do this for point 2. I'm going to have this person do this for point 4. I'm going to have this person do it for, it's the same. So the same person, they put in multiple spots to get them to a full-time position. What Bill is saying is similar to what the elementary school is, what he's recommending is that based off total number of students, you get X number of hours, how you allocate them as a building principal, you get that flexibility to be able to allocate it. So it may be copy support, it may be office support, it may be lunchrooms duty, it may be something of those nature that they've been using now to fill those positions to a full-time spot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, all right.
Director Shinley?
So when you say the 3 FTEs, that is per school. Yes, a lot of hours per school. That's why it says 3 FTE on there.
Well, they're three people that do this particular job. Like I said, we should have relabeled this before tonight, because when we first came last week, this is where we were with the copy support. But now it's the hours. So these particular people,
Okay.
we will adjust hours across the board, not just these.
So it's not a
particular
3 FTE. Before, when he was talking about copy positions, it was 3 because there was one at every building. Now what he's saying is they've come back after a conversation and said, let's use a similar formula to the elementaries to give the principals the ability to apply those hours where they need.
Okay.
So that 3 really shouldn't be there. It probably is going to impact more than 3 people, but it's not a full position. It's changing some hours on some folks.
Yeah, overall, it's probably a one position.
Okay, so just for clarification, this is different than the original proposal because we're adjusting hours, not eliminating positions.
Correct.
Okay, okay. Director Carly
I
Anderson?
just say that's really appreciated in terms of like, these are creative solutions. So thank you.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the middle school copy support adjustments?
So moved.
We have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Director Shinley. Is there any further discussion on this? Director Thompson?
So how would a principal say, hey, I need more hours? Or what if the copy center is running hot for whatever? I mean, I don't know. I feel like there might be a need to have someone there longer, but they have the ability to add more hours. I mean, or not. I don't know.
Yeah, the administrator would have the option to put as many hours they need in that particular
That
area.
they see fit. Okay.
And they could work with the person in their building to say, hey, this is a heavy copy season, like at the beginning of the year or at semester break, and say, I need you to spend more hours doing copy than I need you doing this. So they have the flexibility to work with those hours, correct me if I'm wrong, to keep the person within the same time limit, but they may adjust the duties that they have to have based on the need within their building.
Yep.
That's the way I understood what's being presented.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Are you the next one to go?
The next one would be the Kenwood Trail. Sorry, Bill.
Yeah. Well, I'm not the expert in this area, so. We have had a program at the middle school, actually it's at Kenwood Trail.
Okay.
That particular program had 2 FTEs in it. Part of it was paid with the ALC, and part of it was paid as a general fund expenditure. So we're looking at cutting that program. That actually Emily would have more information about where that. We still have to have a piece of that program, but it'll be in a different place. But in the meantime, there will be one FTE cut in that program.
Can you explain what that program is?
This is part of the ALC, so it was some extra support at Kenwood Middle School.
Okay.
Like I say, I'm not the program expert here, exactly where they work or how many. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret.
Good evening. Yeah, the 2 pieces that were here was Kenwood Trail had 1 teacher in the EPIC program. The ALC has to provide a middle school component during the school day in order for us to provide targeted services, which is your after-school, summer school, and all that for your elementary or K1 through 8. So we have to have that component. That component will still stay in place. The EPIC portion was coming out of the Kenwood Trail FTEs. Does that help?
So the only part that's being cut is not the part that's for the ALC, but the component that's for
That was Kenwood. So when we had this set up, the original plan was they had an FTE and I had an FTE. We were trying to build a program that would provide more service and intervention at the middle school.
Okay.
So this is a portion that they're cutting. Mine is supported at a 1.0 right now.
Okay.
We have COVID money for 1 more year for that 1.0, then it'll go down to a 0.7.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that it's just at Kenwood Trail. It's not across the other two elementary schools. So that's also part of the reason to take a look at that, because there's not a consistency in how that's done. You can provide the support through the ALC.
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions from the board on that? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Kenwood Trail Middle School EPIC comment reduction?
I make the motion.
Motion by Director Shinley. Do I have a second? Second by Director David Anderson. Is there any further discussion from the board? Okay, hearing none. Let's move on to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Now it's our high school.
High school, you're up.
Sure. Good evening, Board. Thanks for having us. So in addition to the two FTEs that each high school got approved to eliminate at the last meeting, we're suggesting one more FTE in each building. And what Kim and I have done is look at our numbers, specifically the threshold of 15 students or below to run a class. And in this case, that would be a French section at both high schools. We did look at ASL possibly also, because it's been extremely difficult to staff at the high schools. But with the numbers steadily increasing in that area, we are going to try and continue that and look elsewhere. So those are the two adjustments that Lakeville North and Lakeville South are looking at making, in addition to the 4 that we already made.
Can you maybe explain the difficulty that you've had so they have a good understanding and the folks know what challenges you're running into?
Yeah, I mean, we're already pretty bare bones at the high school as far as class sizes are concerned. Those 2 FTEs that Kim and I each received last year really helped in reducing some of those class sizes. We were able to use those at our discretion, so we were able to spread those across departments, so it wasn't just one teacher in science, one teacher in social studies. We took like 0.4 here, 0.4 there, and it really helped reduce our class sizes. Now, we're losing those, so the class sizes are growing, and so now it's, well, what can we look at based on numbers, using that new guidance of 15, you have to have at least 15 to run at the high school. We don't have a lot of classes, as you can imagine, that are 15 or below. French has steadily declined the last few years, and most of our sections are below that threshold. More kids are taking ASL and Spanish, and so we're looking to bolster those 2 areas.
And I guess the difficulty with finding the certified person, you kind of mentioned that, but maybe elaborate on that, because aren't we now using people that aren't fully certified?
So yes, it's really important for you to understand that piece. First, I want to say that the French piece is not due to anything other than students just finding that a viable option for continuing there. It's not that somebody's not working hard enough for the programs, it's just that kids are not registering for it. The second item is that both Sean and I had mid-year departures with an ASL teacher, and I went about 6 weeks without having a teacher. Sean still has a long-term sub. There have been, you said 10 years that you had numbers for ASL. We just can't find teachers. It is a very specialized licensure, and folks make a lot more money doing interpreting than they do teaching. So we have this as we're going to make a good effort, good run at providing ASL for our students, but we also know that that is completely dependent on having a teacher who is able to do that. We have in the past been able to find some out-of-field placements, but you can't do anything with that until July 1st. So there's just a lot of variables that play into how complicated it is to fill this particular position, and why it was originally on our list of, it's just very complicated, and there's a lot of last minute waiting that if we can't find somebody, July would be a time where we would then need to shuffle all of those kids back into other classes. And so our initial thought was, let's make a really tough decision early so that we can get kids placed and not have to do that mid-year. We're going to take a run for it and hope that we can find ASL licensed teachers.
Thank you for doing that.
So just to clarify, this is a little bit different than the proposal we originally had because it
Correct.
was eliminating both of those positions. And I know there was some questions from the community about if we went down to one language, what that would look like for our school. I think it was world language status or best.
None of us would desire that, and we can't promise that in the fall we won't be a
Right.
one language high school. It truly is dependent on staffing and our ability to be able to find staff. So just know that's never going to be our intention, but we're dealing with the reality that the teacher shortage is real, and it's real especially in some very specialized areas. And so we're doing the best we can. This does mean, though, that we will now be doing a broader scope of increasing class sizes elsewhere in order to keep that position in place.
Just a question on the French. Is that in all sections of French, like French 1, 2, and 3, you're seeing a reduction in students taking that course, or is that specifically in French 1?
5 years ago, I had over 170 students registering for French. This year, I have just over 50.
Okay.
So
There were some questions from the community about,
Yep.
because French 1 was offered at the middle school, so then if they were able to pass out of that class, then when they would go to the high school, they wouldn't take French 1. So just thinking about those components and making sure I'm asking those questions.
Yeah, we were pretty creative this year with that particular situation of having very, very small French 1s in trying to be unique with a hybrid and to make that work. They're not continuing through the pathway.
Okay, Dr. Van Zyl?
And correct me again if I'm wrong, but if you have an interest that gets close to the number, you can take a look at online offerings through Link
Yeah.
12 or something else.
The
If
last
you-
thing
if
we
you
want to
get-
do is have students high and dry and not be able to complete French. And
Correct, yeah.
much as they do with taking German or Chinese or other languages that we don't offer, we find resources out there, online providers. Some of our students in Lakeville do that and take those classes, so the deans will work, very close with those families and making sure that they have some options to take those and to finish those courses. So.
Any other questions? Okay,
I'm just
go ahead.
really torn on this one. I understand your dilemma, and we had to take world languages 100 years ago when I was in high school, and so I don't know. I'm again very torn on this one.
We are too. There's nothing easy about a budget cut process.
And when we're looking at it, again, and looking at numbers, okay, and you reduce one area, okay, it impacts other areas. And that's the most difficult thing to do for us to look at how students are registering, that's our demand, and then what we can offer, and then how can we keep class sizes lower and staff accordingly. So if you're running classes with 8 kids, then obviously your other areas,
Someone else
social
is at 40.
studies, English, they're going to be at 40, and we're already pushing that. So there's no good answers here, but definitely have to look at what demand is right now for our
So
students.
you may want to explain your registration process. As I understand it, it's based off of kids' interest instead of just saying we're going to offer 2 sections of this and 2 sections of that. You really do allow the kids the ability to register for classes and then build your schedule and your FTEs based off of that. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
high school kids drive what we offer. And so that's why our departments do an elective fair. They do a really good job shopping their departments because they want to grow. They don't want to get reduced. So if I'm a business teacher, I want to make sure I have new up-to-date course offerings so students are interested in taking that. Because if they're not going to register for it, then we have to reduce. Because they're then registering for something else, whether it's wood shop, whether it's graphic art design. And so we're constantly looking as departments on what we can offer the best fit our skill set of our students, and they drive the demand.
Okay, Director Lind?
Yeah, that's so true. The kids decide what they want to do, what's based on what's offered. And I know in the past that I think even graphic arts design wasn't offered this year because there weren't enough kids that signed up, but it was offered the following year. Or if we don't have enough kids in this building, maybe we can combine with North on a class. So there's ways. This is not new, saying that there's not enough kids to be in the class. So it's just a cycle, and I am very appreciative the kids are able to make those choices.
Okay. So on this one, we would make one motion for the Lakeville North and Lakeville South staffing adjustments together, as it's the same type of motion. So do I have a motion to approve the Lakeville North and Lakeville South staffing adjustments?
So moved.
I have a motion by Director Lind. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Second by Director Kelleher. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion carries. So then the last one would be the copy support?
Bill, it's the same thing that happened at the middle school, and so your copy support, it was listed there, but again, it's an allocation of hours using the formula based off of students rather than that position is, again, the way I understand it. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay.
That way going forward too, if enrollment increases, we're going to add hours to these buildings or vice versa.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion to approve the reduction of the copy support hours?
So moved.
I have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Director Shinley. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, so we'll move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so we went through the areas that hadn't been covered before. Now we're going to circle back through some of those areas that maybe were talked about. I know there were a couple that Dave wasn't here to be able to address, so I think he's going to take over and address a couple of those areas, and we'll start going back through those areas that were pending or need to be revisited.
I will give it a shot.
All right.
So, hello, everybody. I guess you had documents to read over the weekend from the district office when it came to some rationale behind either the restructures, the cuts, the summaries of all those things. And so I didn't know if you wanted me to start by going through them again or to save time if you wanted to start with the hot spots that you had tabled from a week ago and just go right to your questions. I can do either one.
So one of the things that was brought to our attention and that we did receive lots of emails from community and staff members about was the reduction of a nursing, like a certified nurse that was a retirement that wasn't being filled, I think. Is that correct?
I think you're referring to a resignation in the middle of the year that we just experienced that we didn't fill for the rest of this year. We have tabled and not yet decided what we're doing with that LSM position for the 23-24 school year.
Okay.
So that's still undetermined, and it was not included in the cuts that you were looking at or the restructures that we're talking about.
Okay.
We do have some nursing reductions, but that wasn't one of them as of right now. It is true for the rest of this year because we knew we were unlikely to find somebody to fill that seat for the rest of this year. So, and likely what was going to happen is we were going to have to take from our float nurse in order to do it, which is, as somebody said, robbing Peter to pay Paul. So either way, we were going to be short.
Okay.
So that's more of a temporary thing.
So will there be, are you proposing any nursing reductions for next year then?
Yeah, we have nursing in several different areas. We have the LSNs, which you were just talking about, which
Correct.
each school district by statute has to have at least one. We had 5. We had 4 right now to end the year. Right. We also have several related service nurses right now that are for IEP-driven needs. They are 100% coded to special ed. I will say we probably have to relook at some of that, but that is where a couple of the cuts are coming from, because we don't have the same student needs going into the fall as we do right now from the IEP standpoint, because of some students that are moving on and some contracts that we are not renewing. So that's where some of that's coming from. There are no changes right now to the building nurses.
Okay, yeah, I think
Yeah.
most of the questions revolved around that LSN position, if it would be filled to have
Yeah.
5 instead of 4.
And we have
So-
not yet decided.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
Director Thompson, did you have a question?
Yeah, there's a lot in here that I think it may be good just to unpack, just so that we've got some clarity and also more transparency. I think you've got like, I think what, 8, 9 different items on the list. Would you kind of provide a high-level overview again, just one last time for myself, but also for the community who may not have joined last
Through
time?
every one of the areas, because those areas are the high-level overview. So you want me to hit them again?
No, you probably, well, yeah, you know what, if you could, like a sentence or two on
Sure.
each one again, just to make sure, because I know, obviously, we got 360.
For special ed and
Yeah.
for student services, because we have both.
Yes.
Okay.
But before you do that,
That's
Dave,
part of the 594.
before you do that, just let me give some clarity to this as well. When you bring in a new staff member into the position that Dave is in, and even as I was interviewed, one of the things that we've talked about is that the need for efficiency in areas that have been overspent. You know, we have $15 million of extra expenditure above and beyond what we get in special services. And so that's one of the things, the restructuring of that department falls within the realm of what he's able to do and should be doing in regard to his administrative responsibility. So this just happened to be at a time when reductions are there as well. So I don't want you to think that Dave was like, oh my gosh, I've got to do it's what he was supposed to be doing to begin. Well, I just wanted to add clarity, because I think some people may be thinking that, hey, he's out there just trying to chop stuff up. He really is trying to go through and be able to say, is there a way to do this differently to be more efficient with the dollars that we have, because we're out of efficiency when you're spending so much above and beyond where we're at. So those are components I think that he has in both of those areas, and so I just wanted to give that. He's able to talk about those other areas, but I don't know that everybody saw that big picture of what he was really supposed to be doing, which he would have been doing in spite of budget reductions.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will say it isn't very fun to be on this side of changing things immediately. However, it is part of the responsibility, I think, as Doug pointed out. If you know who Laura Booth is in the field of special ed law, you will hear her say quite often, like, one of our jobs is to provide the resources for kids that need it. It's another thing to also protect those resources so that you have them available. There were many points of the time in this year that, due to our fund balance being low and the fact that we are so overspent in some areas of special ed, that we didn't have the ability to meet certain needs. So it is creating efficiencies where we have to create efficiencies, and I will say sometimes that means that good things get in the way of good things. So we have to make hard calls. So like when we are adjusting staff to create positions elsewhere, it's because we're trying to protect funds for what we don't know is coming. There's a whole lot of what we deal with in the middle of the school year and in the fall and in the summer, and you name it, it's like whack-a-mole when it comes to like things you don't expect are going to come out of left field, and then you have to have the ability to respond to those needs. So it's keeping some of those resources protected for those purposes. So when it comes to the restructuring, it started at the top when it came to eliminating the 3 supervisor positions that we have serving 2 of our high schools and our elementary right now. At the same time, we saw some inconsistency with the way that we were looking at providing the support to the schools. So in exchange for that, we have 2 coordinators coming back in, one at the high school level, one at the elementary level. So we're going to have 5 coordinators total in the end instead of 3 supervisors and 3 coordinators. So there is a net savings there when we're making that administrative change. In terms of contracted services, which is the next item on the list, we are eliminating our contracts with 3 outside agencies. That one of them provides music therapy. I just got an email while we were sitting here from the Hastings School District. We purchased music therapy services from Hastings in addition to 4 other districts that also participate in this. And we are not renewing that. It's not a required service. The other districts that were participating elected to eliminate that as well. So that is a savings right there. We also have 2 behavioral support people that we have on contract through a contracted agency right now. We're no longer going to use that agency for that particular service because we have the ability by having 4 people from our existing team work in a behavioral capacity, 2 at the elementary, 1 at the middle, 1 at the high school. So even our student services coordinator and our threat assessment specialist is going to be reassigned to working on the behavioral side, both on the proactive and the reactive side, so that they are in the buildings more and assigned to specific buildings, in addition to working on the SEL sides of things and the level 1 threats. The mental health positions I mentioned the last time I was here, and that is our creative way. For those that have been around here for a while, you know that our Fed 4 programming has been tough because 917 has had super long wait lists. So we have kids that remain in our level 3 programs probably longer than they should because while we're waiting that, and their numbers go up. So we've tried to keep those programs more staffed than what we normally would because we need to, because those students are there and they need the support. So in exchange for reducing, 2 of the mental health workers, 1 social worker, 1 school psychologist right now, we want to keep them. And we want to keep them by having them work in an area that I think really fits their skill set well. In fact, I know for one of them in particular, he's doing that right now at one of the high schools and doing it really successfully. And we'd like to have him come back and do that in both high schools successfully. But it's going to have to come back in a different position. So that means we have to cut the existing position to repost the position that comes next. And so that's the piece that I think a lot of people they only see the one side of it. Even though when I had conversations with the people affected privately, that I let them know something else was coming. And I'll just say for the school psychs or the social workers that get to do that, for a lot of them, this is the fun stuff. They didn't go to school to do Wexlers all day long. I mean, Wexlers are great and all the rest, but your WIS test is not why they went to school. They went to school to work with kids. Special ed and related service providers, so special ed teachers, what we saw when we looked at all the numbers district-wide is that our caseload sizes were uneven, I would say. I think we use the word inequity a lot. I would just say uneven and maybe not consistent. And so as I mentioned last time, we looked at the numbers of caseloads and workloads of all the districts in Dakota County to create kind of a base or a range of where our caseload should be. In addition to that, so I don't want it to be just a numbers game, I took the input from all the coordinators and supervisors that would tell me what's more behind the story. Like, tell me, we have this long Google Doc that's longer than you want to see that gave a long narrative to some of the other things that are going on in the building. So we had more behind this than just a numbers game. So we created new positions again there in the related service area and in elementary special ed teachers because we've got 3 new programs that need to be built that will need 3 new teachers, 9 new paras, and then early childhood has some ballooning needs like every district around us as well. So when it comes to meeting the early childhood needs, some of that staffing will be adjusted to meet the needs there.
So Dave,
Yeah.
Some of the questions that we received were specific with regards to the middle school
Yeah.
cuts that were made for resource teachers and how that would impact teaming.
Yeah.
Just for some clarification for the public, that I know that with your decisions, you also have to look at the caseload numbers for your special education teachers, and those don't stay consistent throughout the year because kids continue to qualify. So I know that's something your team has looked at, but can you speak to that teaming model and how that will impact that at the middle school level?
I mean, it's not going to be the same. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you that it's going to be as easy or as black and white to be able to team when you don't have one special ed teacher per team any longer. Mm-hmm. However, it is something that we did in the past before teaming. I checked back with the historians that have worked here for a while in the district, and they said that has occurred in the past, and that's occurred in other places that I've worked as well. It just takes more creativity and more work, and so that is going to have to be, if we go forward with this is going to have to be the job of us to have to figure it out. And I did meet with the 3 middle school principals to talk about what that can mean and how we could start those conversations with the appropriate people as we plan for fall. We're going to have to do the same thing at the high schools where we lost some FTE. Right. And so the same thing occurs there. In some ways, Kim, it's no different than like your average elementary building who's been used to dividing all the kids for a number of years by either certain grade levels or certain disability types or whatever with how they break up the caseloads. And then you've got a new year that comes in, and now you've got one person with a caseload of 27 and another one with a caseload of 7. Right. when you do it the way that you've done it for years. And so you've got to readjust at this point and look at it differently.
Right, and to the point of Dr. Alexander, special education is a federally mandated program, so
Yeah.
we follow the law with that. So if kids continue to qualify throughout the year and those caseload numbers go back up, will that be something, again, that you look at as the year continues?
Yeah, and I'll give it an example that came up just recently. Like I recognize, and we saw some emails on this, that having just one teacher for like Link 12/ALC for special ed is a daunting task. It's a lot of grades to cover. It's a large number of kids right now. That's an example of something that I brought to Doug's attention and Bill's attention like today, but because I think we just need to keep an eye on it. There's probably not an area in our school district that's a little more unpredictable than when it comes to special ed than Link 12 and ALC. And at the same time, I know that we're going to need, or I'm reasonably certain we're going to need a 1.0. That's why the 1.0 is still left there. I don't know that we need the other 0.8 that we had there, but we might need something back at some point in time. So I am reserving the ability to like come back to the table as those needs come up and add it then, because once we get going with the contract, I can't adjust it then. Like the contract keeps me from, if I'm overstaffed, I can't move that staffing once the year gets going.
Right, and I appreciate the fact that you mentioned that special education teachers are covering multiple grade levels so that
Yep.
you're taking that into account.
Yep.
Thanks.
I mentioned the nursing, and we talked about the LEAF positions. So we're adding the LEAF positions at the 3 elementary programs, and also to help with additional due process support for the case managers, also for our general compliance and our systems work as a district. I think we are, if I'm honest, I think we're missing some when it comes to like how we're counting some kids and some of the finalization of paperwork on the SPED forms end and some of the other system stuff that has to be done, that having some additional duties and time available for some LEAF positions at the paraprofessional level would help us there, tie up some knots there so that we are doing a better job of working together as a system and counting the kids and getting the funding that we need. So that's the special ed side. Any questions on that before I move on to student services?
Director Lind?
No questions. I think you did a great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. So student services, the lead item here, and this was the document that I gave you to work on or look at over the weekend, it starts with the 360 communities discussion and also the English learner impact when it comes to that. So I know Director Anderson, you had some questions that were tabled last week. I don't know if you wanted to start with those questions or if the recap sufficed or...
Well, I think it was very helpful to I think one thing I was struggling with was kind of what was going to happen after this. And
Yeah.
so it might be helpful just to hear what the replacement is.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to say, like I said before, or some people have said tonight, you don't take something away without losing something. Like I know that we've had 9 buildings, now it's 8 that have gotten used to having a family support worker, and I think that because of the way the questions were framed to us through some of the emails that have come through, they've been mislabeled as mental health support people, whereas there's some crossover there with the work that they do in mental health. Really, family support worker, as some of the emails clarified and also the summary that we provide you, we are working with families more so than mental health when it comes to like the ability to connect them to resources like for food and sometimes shelter or clothing or a whole host of other things. To your question, I will say, like, I'll reiterate again, even though I know it's going to create more work and different work for the people that are existing back in the buildings, what we have in the buildings is more than what most districts currently have as their standard operating staffing when it comes to some of the folks that can respond to that. Between the school psychs, between the school counselors, or if you're at the secondary level, the student support specialists, and the fact that we've got some social workers sprinkled about. Again, if this was not a budget cutting season, I would probably start laying the groundwork for adding more social work support, throughout the district, where we could have some crossover social workers working in the buildings more diligently so we could address some of those same needs and attacking the mental health side a little bit more proactively. But again, between the mental health things we have in place with like companies like ACP and Lakeville Behavioral Health and the counselors and the student support specialists and the psychs and some of the social workers, we do have a lot of support people there. We just have to think differently.
Dave, can we just have a question amongst the board members here? Which line item is this up there? Is this 1 or 2 that you're discussing?
Now we're on the first one.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
special ed was the second one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Director Carly.
Yeah, I
Anderson.
guess I'm just wondering, with this 360 contract, because I know something we've talked about and something you've definitely heard in emails is there's there is that equity piece of some schools are really needing this and some schools are not.
Yeah.
So is there any way to preserve, like, is the contract all or nothing? Like,
No, it's not all or nothing, although the contract was already communicated to 360 that we were eliminating the whole thing, and that was weeks ago. But I mean, I suppose we could revisit that. I would have a hard time doing that unless we were looking at more consistent supports district-wide. In other words, like I was talking about with the school social work piece, the way that I would want to introduce more consistent school social workers is to do that across the district, not just here or there or where we think is needed. And how are we defining need? I guess I would have a hard time just bringing back a couple of them. I would have an easier time saying we should expand the program if we're going to do it rather than, but I don't think we can do that right now. So and also the impact budget-wise on the on the 360 side is that a good chunk of what we paid for there came from the LCTS funds that I spent local collaborative time study funds that run through the county. So if we are eliminating that funding source, because I'm reallocating that to our EL and McKinney-Vento homeless coordinator that works in our area, then actually the $175,000 that's impacted on the 360 side is more, because the $59,000 that comes from the LCTS funds actually are part of the funding formula that gives us the 175. So it's more complicated in terms of more expensive than that. And really, this is our way, because EL is one of those needs where we haven't had enough staff in some areas that had really grown in the last year with responding to EL programming, where we needed more staffing in place, and we had the inability to move staff in the middle of the year. So like we are working diligently to create some flexibility there with some staff, some non-licensed mobile staff that'll be able to respond better to the needs and have the funding go toward that. And we're going to be clustering more, and we're thinking of some creative solutions so that we can better support those needs too. And at the same time, like EL is going through the same thing that special ed is. Like some of these things are showing up as a reduction to begin with, coming back as an add in another place.
Right.
Yep.
Any further questions? Okay. So I think we can do this as one motion too, unless I need to break it down. Let's do it in one. So do we have a motion for the Student Services Department restructure reductions along with the Special Education Department restructure and reductions?
so moved.
We have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. Is there any further discussion on these items? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Van Zyl. I will be taking care of the next 3 items on the list, but we'll take them one at a time. I recognize that the teaching and learning items are in the same box there, but I think we'll talk about those separately because they're very different items.
Yeah, I think they're on a different slide if you
Okay. Oh, yes,
move
perfect.
forward.
To the next one.
Yep. Because I noticed like special ed and, yep, so move another. There you go.
Here we go. So first and foremost, I want to talk about the restructure and reduction. If you remember, we had quite a bit of dialogue around this last time when it was initially presented, and there were some questions related to that. Essentially, if we give you the overview, what this does is it retains 2 TOSA positions, one at the elementary and one at the secondary. It is a restructure of 4 positions with a very specific focus into a more broad focus, and it's a reduction of 1 coordinator position and 50% of a support position in the department. As we looked at this, one of the things that we recognize is that when we're making cuts and we're reducing people, somebody brought it up last time, that work has to go somewhere. And so in order to do that, we needed to look at a restructure to make the other positions in the department more flexible, more nimble, and able to take on a wider variety of work. So I'm happy to stand for any questions if you have any.
Can you clarify what 4 positions you're specifically speaking to?
Yes, so currently at the secondary level, we have a advanced learning coordinator who oversees gifted at the middle level. We also have a career and college readiness coordinator that oversees our things like STEM and Perkins and career and college readiness task force and those types of activities. At the elementary, we have a gifted coordinator who oversees our gifted K-5, also works in support of 6-8 as well. And then we also have our structured literacy specialist who was brought on as our dyslexia specialist back in 2018.
Just a question, thinking about the other things that we've talked about tonight. If we were to vote to cut the gifted coordinator, wasn't that a person that we were thinking about would provide support to the Ignite program?
So thank you for that question, Kim. I probably wasn't clear. Those 4 positions will remain, but will be restructured. So those will turn into more broader sort of teaching curriculum coordinators. So their work would be inclusive of the work, but spread out between more people across those 4. So those 4 positions are not eliminated. They're just being restructured to look a little bit differently.
Okay, so are you saying that in restructuring these 4 positions, they would still be able to provide those services, but they would be doing more services? Because I guess I'm worried about licensure there and how that works out.
Sure. So those positions would be moving from, there are 3 TOSA positions, one non-affiliated position. Those positions collectively would move to a non-affiliated position. They would retain some of their original duties, as well as provide support across the system and across the department to be able to support the other areas. The reality is we know that you can't do a job the same if you have additional responsibilities, so those positions will definitely look differently as we move forward. But what we'll do is we'll work with the teams to really figure out how we can best reallocate those duties and what that looks like. You can't get away from increased responsibilities no matter what you do when you're making a cut, so we'll have to work internally to really figure out what the changes are specifically to those positions, what portions of their original position will remain, what we might have to set aside for now so that we can navigate the larger system needs.
Okay. So what would that look like for the career and college readiness one? Because that's a pretty specific license that works in that area, and I know it's with the teacher shortage, it's kind of hard to find that.
So the current person that's in that position is a licensed educator.
Okay.
So really the positions, all of the positions that we're talking about do have licensed professionals in them. They're licensed in different areas, obviously, depending on what their area of expertise is. But really what we would be looking for is licensed professionals, whether those individuals choose to, apply for the new position or not. We would be looking for licensed educators in those positions.
Okay. Any further questions from the board on those? Director Thompson?
Yeah, can you tell me more about this digital learning coordinator? I'm trying to understand how that is different from the digital media specialist, or there's...
Yeah, they worked very closely together. So our digital learning coordinator position was really intended to oversee at the district level our system-wide tech integration, and then also provided additional supports related to, for example, the integration of Schoology. She supported staff with tech integration challenges and those types of things. She also worked closely with our media specialists, specifically at the elementary schools, to help provide them resources and support across the system. So that position was really intended to sort of bring everyone together so we could move as a system in the direction of more digital integration.
And that role would stay?
That role will be eliminated, and then some of those duties would be retained in the technology department with Tracy Brovold. She is a licensed educator and has taught and done tech integration herself, so she does have a background in that area. So she feels comfortable being able to take on some of those duties related to that.
Director Thompson?
And the career and readiness, can you expand on that a little bit more for me? Just so.
In terms of what her position is or what she
do they
does?
work with the community? Do they not? Do they? What is this?
Yes, so she does do a lot of work specifically with our chamber and outside organizations. That position, so internally, that position was really focused on Career and College Ready Task Force, and then STEM. Particularly, it started at the secondary, but then was expanded a little bit, that role. She helps us with Perkins, and then lastly,
I'm sorry, I don't know what Perkins.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My mistake.
Perkins is a grant that we get from the state for basically doing work in the area of STEM and IT.
Okay.
So we qualify for dollars from the state. So we have a separate, again, it's a restricted budget.
Yep.
So those dollars have to go for certain purposes. And so she manages that budget to make sure that we're in compliance with what we need from the state of Minnesota. And then, as I stated earlier, she does a lot of work with our workforce development, which branches out into the community as well as to the chamber.
And so that's Lakeville Works.
Yeah, she's worked a lot with Lakeville Works.
Is there any grant monies associated with that position?
In terms of
Like paying for that position, or is it just for the programs associated with it?
the Perkins money, there is a little bit of flexibility in there in that we can, if we have staff that have the proper licensure that are in those positions, we can get a small portion of money from the state to be able to offset some of the costs of those positions.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that I note that the Chamber of Commerce, she works very closely with that, and they were hoping that they could help and provide some kind of support to keep that position intact. Dr. Van Zyl.
The Chambers reached out to me and said they'd be more than willing, even moving forward, to sit down and be at the table to say, how do they work with us with whatever that position looks like? Because they know and we know the value of what that does for our kids and for our community. So it's not something where they're just going to say, oh, this one person's not there, we're going to give up on it. They're willing to sit down with Emily and her team and say, how do we not only keep it going, but how do we expand it? Because there's really a lot of opportunities in this community that we need to continue to expand. So I could see a lot of support. But again, similar to Dave and his restructuring, that's part of what Emily is taking a look at in her department as well.
Okay. Any further questions on this item? Director Thompson?
Would the career and readiness get absorbed by someone else within?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's a lot to absorb. You've got 5 key roles. I mean, to me, as I look at this, they're so unique from elementary, advanced learning, career readiness, structured learning, and so some of those folks would stay, but is that an accurate statement? Because as I look at that, it's a 1.5 FTE reduction, or all of them would be let go?
The positions would be eliminated and reposted with the new job description and expectations and all of that stuff, so people understand what it is that the job is.
So that's a legal requirement because you're changing the specifics of the job, correct?
Correct, because we're eliminating and then reposting because it's a new position.
It sounds cruel, but that's what you have to do. Yeah. It's
You
something-
probably can't answer, but are those people interested in it in general?
That I don't know.
Okay. Do I have sorry, go ahead, Director Thompson.
Is there 1 or 2 positions that is more challenging to fill than what's out there, or are they all difficult in their? I don't know. And the reason I ask is that while the elementary or the advanced learning, the gifted program, I'm just curious, like, does it make sense to let them go, repost it, and then the person may not be eligible for it, they may not have the right licensure. I don't know. I'm just wondering if it makes sense. Where is there one that's more difficult to fill?
You know, that's a difficult question to answer. I appreciate the question. I think what we've found is that as we are looking at the restructure, we have clarity around what we're looking for in a position. We have a history here in Lakeville of making sure that we get the right people, in the right seats and that we have the highest quality professionals. We do have some highly skilled people in those positions. That's a fact. And they do some incredible work. From our standpoint, what we would not be necessarily limiting, because of the change of position and title, like for example, we wouldn't be requiring a specific license for any of those positions. It would be more a general, which opens up the pool to a greater number of people versus having one specific licensure that we're looking for.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the teaching and learning department restructure and reduction? We have a motion by Director Carly Anderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So we have 4 yeses and 3 nos. Did I get that correct? I was a no. Dave was a no, and Director Thompson was a no. Okay, let's move on to the staff development reallocation.
Thank you. So I think Dr. Van Zyl and I might tag team on this a little bit. So we did have a brief discussion about this last time. I want to just make a couple of clarifying statements before we entertain your questions, take your questions. First and foremost, I want to just make sure people are aware that there was some language used and some emails received about that we found money. And I just want to be clear, we knew this money was there. It was there for a specific purpose, and it was built up over a period of time for the purpose of covering down on district level staff development staff to reduce that expense to the general fund. So if you remember, when we're talking about staff development dollars, it can only be spent for a very specific purpose. It's restricted dollars. So we can't just take the money and move it and put it wherever we want to. It has to meet the requirements of staff development by statute. Second, part of that is that it is permissible not only to use that for staff development, training of teachers, substitute teachers, all of the things that we do in terms of staff development come from these dollars, not from the general fund. But it's also acceptable to pay for a portion of salaries specifically related to providing staff development, professional development services to the district. So that's how that happened. That was the purpose of having a reserve in staff development, is so that we could be able to retain staff over time should we have to be making reductions, or should we want to make an add or do something of that nature. So just want to first of all say that. Secondly, in conversations with the state, we did find out that there are 2 other opportunities that we could utilize related to those dollars. The first one is we can use that money to pay all staff during an in-service day. So a day that's already in the calendar, we could repurpose those dollars, and then the dollars that we normally would utilize for the workshop day to pay for that, which come out of the general fund, it would sort of be like a little bit of a flip-flop there. The other way that we can utilize those dollars are to pay for portions of positions, not only at the district level, but at the building level, that support specifically staff development. When we talk to people, basically that would be the people that would qualify for that would be our learning specialist position. So we would be able to offset some cost of the general fund to pay for those learning specialists. The last thing that I want to say about this is we have to remember that this is one-time money. So what that means is, let's just say we're going to take $1.4 million, we're going to cover the workshop or the in-service days for the district and put $1.4 million into the general fund. That only happens next year. and then the next year we're at a $1.4 million deficit again. So at some point, this basically sort of pushes our issue off a year, but the issue does remain. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of that this is not an ongoing budget. Once that $2 million is gone, then we no longer have that. That's not added into our budget for next year and the following year and the following year. Dr. Van Zyl?
And just to clarify that a little bit, because we could use those dollars for this year and put that into your fund balance so it doesn't get figured into next year. But you see the way it's broken out, just as an example, there's 1.9 roughly that we could deal with. You could use 1.4 of it to deal with expenditures that took place out of the general fund this year, reimburse ourselves and put that into the fund balance, so you're not sitting at $200,000 at the end of the year. And then you could use a portion of it to pay something next year, either workshop day or a salary. But to Emily's point, if you put something in the next year, that is only funded once. So then it becomes how do you pay for it the following year? So really we wanted to provide you the two options, and really what those two options are is you could take those dollars and pay for expenditures this year and use all 1.9 to take care of your fund balance, so we're not sitting at 200,000, or you could split it up a little bit and say, well, let's take a majority of it for this year, help our fund balance, and then a little wiggle room for next year if you wanted to do something, but knowing that then is putting a negative in next year's fund balance we would have to come up with those dollars to offset. Does that make sense, what we're saying? Okay.
So our recommendation, as Dr. Van Zyl said, is to spread that out potentially over 2 years. But again, that's really up to you to decide. We have $1.9 million that we are looking to potentially reallocate to help support the budget process.
Director Thompson?
I make a motion to consume $1.9 million for the current school year, using the professional development dollars.
Using the dollar for all this year.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to use it all for this current school year?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second for that? Okay. Motion fails. Do we have a motion to reallocate as stated above with 1.4 for fiscal year 23 and
just that's an example that we gave you on how you could do it. You could make whatever amount you want, just knowing that whatever you don't allocate into this year becomes an unfunded expense for next year. And I think that's what, not to put words in Brian's mouth, but I think that's what he was trying to say with his motion, that by putting it all in this year, there is no then reoccurring expense that you have to then cover next year. I think that's why he was saying, and if I'm not stating that correctly.
Yeah. It gives us more flexibility so that you can use all the funds this year. It increases our savings account to $2 million, where if you save $500 for next year,
You just didn't make a very good motion.
Yes,
Sorry.
I make terrible motions, so they're very long-winded.
I was confused.
Could someone like to state my motion on my behalf?
Can I ask a clarifying question about that?
Director Carly Anderson?
So let's say, because I'm just thinking, let's say we get to the end of this and we don't get to that 7 million or there's some things that are kind of sitting on the bubble. If we put all of this in, can we still address those things at that point? Or
I'm going to look at Bill a little bit, because I think what you're asking is if you make the motion to put all 1.9 into your fund balance this year, do you have some flexibility to pull some back out? I think the answer to that would be yes, because you have that ability to, if you put all 1.9 and you came back and said, hey, we got through this and there's $200,000 that is sitting there, you could then say use that $200,000 out of that reserve to be able to pay that off. Is that what you're asking for clarity on? Would that be an accurate statement, Bill?
Yeah, just that we're going to have to make a decision before June 30th.
Yeah.
And we can't wait for summer to make a decision.
And for those who maybe didn't hear that, you have to make the decision by June 30th because that's our fiscal year. And so July 1 starts the next fiscal year, so any changes couldn't take place after that.
Brian, do you want to restate your motion?
Yeah. I make a motion to consume the full $1.9 million for this year.
I'll second.
I second. Oh, somebody did already?
Okay, so we have a
Beat me.
motion by Director Thompson and a second by Director David Anderson to move the 1.9 million into this year. Okay, any further discussion from the board on this? Director Thompson?
I think this is a good fiscal move. One, it puts roughly 1.9 million, and with the 211 that were projected in June, about $2 million in our savings account just in case. If we do this move now, we have that $2 million right now, just in case if anything happens between now and July. We don't know. And so with that $2 million, it is something that I think as a board, we need to be very fiscally responsible not to use it if we really don't need to. Because that $2 million is literally 1% of our overall expenditure budget. So that's what we have in our savings account, 1%. So again, if you have $1,000 in your savings account, that's like $10. So we don't have a lot in our savings account, but this gives us a cushion. And then in addition, if we saved a $500 for next year, we wouldn't be able to access that unless a professional development event occurs. And so by the time we need it, we may not have an event that happened for us to make that transaction happen. So again, that is why I'm in favor of the 1.9 to be consumed this year.
Any further discussion by the board? Director Lind?
I'd like to say I totally agree with you, Brian.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. I will go ahead and move on to the next one, which is the technology support consolidation, media, DLS, and technology. I know we've had a lot of discussion around this and a lot of questions around this. So just as a quick overview, the proposal, as stated, was the reduction of 6 digital learning specialists across the district and the elimination or reduction of 4 level 1 techs in the building. That proposal also includes then the DLS positions moving to 0.5 or half time, paired with a level 1 tech. And the buildings would be, the building combinations would be based on numbers of students in a building. So for example, currently we have 1 digital learning specialist at each high school, and we have 1 digital learning specialist at our middle and elementary schools. So you have a buildings range from 400 students to 1,800 students that currently have the same support. So part of the proposal that was presented to you by Ms. Brovold was around right-sizing that as part of the process so that buildings would have the same number of students to support. So I'm happy to stand for any questions if there are any.
Director Carly Anderson?
So is there any difference in terms of just need so you're talking about numbers of students, but what about what the specialist does in those areas at each level? Like, would there be more of a need at a certain level than another where it's not just about student number, but what they're doing?
Well, I would say yes. So at the elementary level, they have been a little bit farther along on the digital integration journey. It is happening across the district, and our media specialists and digital learning specialists are doing an incredible job working with our students in terms of technology integration. I think because of the nature of the work at the elementary, they were in a different place, and so they are a little bit farther along. So you see our digital learning specialists at the elementary maybe have a little bit different role, although I can say that their roles, they have some similarities, but they really are, they vary in terms of responsibility depending on building and depending on level. So there is some consistency there, but there's also some differences depending on the unique needs of the building.
Director Shinley?
So when you say tech support, do they have the same qualifications as what a DLS would have to provide the need that would happen like in elementary school or even secondary? Or
yeah, so our level 1 techs really focus on the break fix. So when there are issues related to the hardware, they are really the point of contact for that. That's not a licensed professional position, so there is a difference in terms of what the salary and qualifications look like for those positions versus the digital learning specialists who are licensed professionals who are really focused on providing the integration piece for the buildings. The level 1 techs are not required to have any type of teaching and learning background. That's not their area of expertise. They're really actually focused more on the physical device itself.
Okay. Go ahead. So then, let's just say, like a middle school teacher is, trying to get their technology up and running. How long does it typically take? Do they have to put in a ticket like that? What's the process to make sure they're able to up and run, in a matter of a snap, just because that's what they rely on for their instruction?
Yes. So I would probably rely on Ms. Brovold to talk about the time. I know it varies depending on the issue, depending on the day, those types of things. They did institute a ticketing system at Disket, and so ideally, although it doesn't happen 100% of the time, ideally when people have issues, a ticket is submitted, and that's really to track response time, number of issues, look for consistency in terms of are there issues that are happening across the district that are similar, and is there something we need to do differently or plug in there. I can tell you to date that not including sort of drop-ins, phone calls, and sort of reaching out kind of around the ticketing system. We've had almost 13,000 tickets from the beginning of the school year till today, last Friday. So we do see a significant number of challenges that people are facing related to just getting their technology to function properly and making sure that students are enrolled in what they need to be enrolled in and that type of thing.
Director Thompson?
Hey, Can DLS resources do break fix and tech stuff, or are they not licensed to do that?
No, I believe that they're capable of doing that break fix for sure. I mean, they certainly have their level of expertise is, I would say, is beyond the break fix, if that makes sense. So for example, our level 1 techs are solely focused on the break fix part, that's like sort of their area of expertise. DLSs can absolutely do that break fix in most cases. I mean, we always run into issues where we have to reach out for additional support. I think the challenge is that in regards to that from a financial standpoint is that you have very highly qualified licensed professionals doing work that could be done by other individuals that maybe have a different area of expertise and different contracts.
Director Thompson?
Are we tied to the 6-4 proposal? And the reason I ask is that I think there's significant value in digital learning specialists. I mean, while they're formerly librarians and they morphed into the digital specialists, I think they do more in the classroom and they're licensed teachers, and we have more flexibility with what they can provide and what they can offer. Now, I don't know what the compensation difference is between a DLS and a tech specialist, but I know that there are many scenarios where, even at my corporate office, where the technology hub isn't open until like 10 o'clock and it shuts down at 2. Now, obviously, it might be different within schools because you've got kids that might come in and say, hey, something's broken, XYZ. I don't know about this one. I think I would like to see, my preference would to see a proposal where, how do we keep a DLS in each school? And maybe in high school it's not warranted because they're freshmen, sophomore, and they're more advanced on the technology side. But and then maybe a tech specialist could plug and play during the peak hours potentially. But I appreciate the $600,000 savings potential, but I think there might be some value in DLSs.
Director David Anderson?
Yeah, I'd have to agree on that, and I'd like it studied more.
Director Carly Anderson?
I'm just, it's like down the road. Just wondering, there was a proposal, put out there. So has that been considered in terms of what the difference would be?
We certainly did. I know Bill was working on costing it out. It would definitely be a reduction in the savings because you're looking at eliminating tech positions, which are, they don't have the same compensation level. So it would be a reduction there. In particular, related to the other position, the other Disket position that was mentioned, there are two things at play there. So yes, we did look into that. So, and of course, we always appreciate. I do have to say, people's ideas, because you never know when a creative solution is going to stick, right? So we did our due diligence on that. The one position they referenced in particular is paid for through our tech levy dollars, so it doesn't gain us anything. It would actually be an add back into the system if we reduce that and kept something else, so that actually would increase our cost. And then we would definitely see a lower number in terms of anticipated savings, just because the compensation levels are different.
Director Thompson?
Could the tech dollars be used for the digital learning coordinator that just got eliminated?
They cannot.
Okay. Which role is easier to hire? I mean, because we don't know what's going to happen with the state. Obviously, there's a significant push to 4%, 5%. We may have an influx. And I'm just wondering, is it easier to hire a tech staff versus a DLS if volumes increase and we have more flexibility with that? And then also on top of that, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us to do a vendor out this work as a managed service capability for the tech staff, if it is more transactional, if it is or something. I don't know if they can or not. So,
Dr. Van Zyl?
Is this also the area that we have some licensure issues?
We do. We have some licensure challenges, yes.
Maybe explain that for the board.
Certainly, and I might ask Sarah to come up and support me as the resident expert in licensure. I can give you the over the fence. That is that these positions, based on what the state has communicated to us, these positions do require a media specialist license. That is because part of their role is to oversee the media center or the library, right? So the library/media center. So because their role includes some of those responsibilities, the state Pellsby does require that staff have a media license. So that was sort of new information for us. We did investigate quite a number of possible solutions to try to be a little creative about if we were able to keep people in these positions, what would that look like? We talked to them about the potential of maybe having one person be able to, at the district level, be able to be the media specialist licensed person to oversee all that work. They said that's not acceptable. It has to be per building. So where we are right now is that we have not required the digital learning specialist position to have a media specialist license. So we do have quite a number of, I don't know, six. We have 6 teachers, current licensed teachers. They're all licensed teachers. But we have 6 that do not have a media specialist license, which means that technically they require an out-of-field placement for this year, which we have taken care of for this year, but it's an ongoing issue. So I'll turn it over to Sarah.
So this is a new requirement from Pellsby, is that correct?
No, it's not a new requirement from Pellsby.
We just weren't aware of it as a district? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
No, that's okay.
So when we initially hired for these positions, we were not aware of this. So we were made aware of it. There were some questions that were posed, and so basically what we learned through that process was that we are out of compliance with licensure.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Director Lind?
Yeah, follow-up question on that. Before they were digital learning specialists, they were called media generalists, or called librarians. They were all licensed. So did all of them leave? And when the DLS, I'm surprised they aren't licensed, because they've been licensed for years, the people that are in the media center.
So the digital learning specialist license, when we look at the job description of it, we had said that it could be an element or a different license, a general license. But when we go and we look at what the state has given us as far as what needs to be in the license for a media center, there are several areas, and it's not just being a curator of the print. There are several things on that list that say you have to have a media specialist license.
Correct, yes.
And so with that, when we have the media specialist and the digital learning specialist positions, They both have similar job descriptions, but the digital learning specialist didn't say that you had to hold a media specialist license. So when we spoke to Pelsby, they said that we needed to fix that immediately because we are out of compliance.
So we don't have media generalists or specialists in every building, do we?
No, we have 8 media specialists right now that are in the secondary, and there's a few that are in elementary.
The elementary, there's only...
6 of the elementary hold the digital special licensed without the media specialist. So we had to go for out-of-field permissions.
I guess I'm not being clear. A digital learning specialist, did that replace the media generalist in the
Yes.
elementary school?
Correct.
Okay.
And when did that happen?
That was 2015, 16.
Okay. And when that happened in 2015, we didn't investigate to see if the licensure requirements for that changed too? I'm just asking for clarity. I'm sorry.
Not go to, so it changed in 2017 is when there was a change, and that's what the statute says for the language of that.
Okay. Thank you. Director Thompson?
How hard is it to get a media license, and how long does it take? Is it like $700 in like 7 weeks like the other one?
Oh, no. It takes a year.
It's a significant.
It's another degree.
Yeah,
It's another degree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And I guess your question, and I know you tried to ask Sarah the question. I don't know why that it hasn't been
they were all
caught or
licensed.
discussed
They were all
before.
licensed in
When that
2015.
statutory change takes place, that's something that normally your system should catch
Correct.
and move through, and people should also have a heads up when those things are coming down the pike in regard, at least in other places I've been, like there were some changes in how you needed to get certified in certain areas. They gave you, hey, here's 6 months, your license is about, even the State Department was kicking out, the licensure department from the state was kicking out letters saying, hey, this is your time frame to get this done. You're about to expire. Your license isn't going to be valid anymore. So I don't know where those cracks were that things fell through. Similar to other things, if you're out of compliance, you're out of compliance. You have to figure out how to fix it because the state's pretty straightforward on
Right.
what they want.
But to provide some historical context on that, as a state, we did go through some significant changes in 2017 and 2018 based on the fact that the licensing board was disbanded, and then they made a whole new licensure system called Pelsby, and some of the confusion might have happened during that restructuring at the state level.
But what you're basically saying is no matter what we do, we
We're
have
out
to
of
we have to
compliance.
fix that.
We're out of compliance.
We did fix it.
Good.
We applied for the 6.
Out of field.
We applied for out-of-field permissions
For this year.
They all expire on the last day of school for this year. And so then for next year, regardless, we do have to place those 6 teachers in different positions. And then it'll be kind of the same process of that, they can apply for the position. And
But they have to be
But they have to be licensed.
They have to be
Yep.
licensed, and it usually takes a year to be a media specialist.
Could they-
It used to be anyway.
Could they apply
Is that
for a tier
2
1
years?
license?
That's
You can
changed.
only hold one type of tier.
Okay.
So if you're a tier 4 license, you can't have it, you can get an out-of-field
Placement.
permission.
Okay.
Or there's some portfolio options that each of the educators could work with Pelsby on.
Licensure via portfolio, yep.
So no matter what, next year, there's going to have to be changes in those people in those positions. Okay,
And-
thank you.
And I would say this, Kate and Sarah, who work in HR, are busting their tails trying to figure all these things out that they find. So, they are trying to work through the situations as best they can. That was even, they came out, hey, we were able to, Pelsby said this, here's what we were able to do to resolve it, but it only gets us to this date.
That's too bad.
Licensure via portfolio is $250, so if you can do that, I would recommend that. Any further questions from the board?
I do.
Director
So if
Schindler?
you were to do the portfolio, would that account as your, your buffer? Nope.
No, so we would still have to apply for an out-of-field permission for next year.
Okay.
For the portfolio, because the portfolio is a lengthy process.
Yep.
You got to do a mentoring program with it, and so
So
it's not.
it's really intensive. It's not
yeah.
easy, just like
it's-
the media
yeah.
license is not easy.
Yeah.
Director Thompson?
So out of the 12 digital learning specialists, 6 of them are licensed? Is that
Out
what I
of the
understand?
14, 8 of them are.
14,
Yeah.
8 of them are. Okay.
Can I ask-
Director Carly Anderson?
And how does that match up with kind of what you guys are proposing?
So what's being, do you want me to speak to it, or?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So there would be 8 media specialists in the buildings for what's being proposed, and all of the people that would be placed do hold the current license.
Okay.
And so it's the teachers that don't hold the licenses would be the ones that would be moved back into other classrooms or other places that they're licensed for, because we have 8. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so,
Director Thompson?
So I think we're talking about 2 different things. So I want to make sure we're clear. One is that we have folks that are not in compliance according to some rules, but then 2, I still think a digital. We can't take, let's not get misguided here. Where I think a digital learning specialist is still a vital role within the schools, and so so just want to be mindful here that we're not trying to. Yeah.
I think what you're trying to say is that the cuts that are proposed look like they were based strictly on licensure, since we have 8 left and 8 are left that have licenses. Is that what you're trying to state?
Well, that, but also that I feel like there's again, I think there's value in having a digital license specialist, all 14 of them or however many that we had before, and that is what we should get back to in some capacity. And so I think I would like to see another proposal with what that would look like intact, with could text be offset here and there throughout the day, or do they share buildings or whatever that might be, and what would be that anticipated savings be? Obviously, it's going to be less than $664,000, but I'd be curious to know what that might be. The more we can get in savings, the more, the better, while maintaining the digital learning specialists.
Can you clarify
Oh,
again
yeah.
what you're looking at for the proposal? Because I'm
Yeah.
trying to write it down. I want to make sure
Sorry.
I get it right.
I am looking for a proposal where we maintain digital learning specialists, and how many techs how many techs could you let go to accommodate the volume that we have in a flex or part-time capacity while maintaining the DSLs in place? Maybe I just said that wrong too.
I think what you're saying is that keeping all of the DLS people and then
Yes.
reducing the tech people so that we're keeping the DLS positions. Is that
correct?
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I got that correct.
So you got a motion, get your second, and then I'll share my 2 cents.
All right. So we have a motion on the table right now.
I'm
trying to.
Before we get a second on that, though, I need clarification on what the motion is, because the motion is to keep the DSL positions in place, but because we have 6 that are not certified, that means that if we keep this in place, we'll be hiring 6 positions.
Yes.
So that's what you're saying. So you want us to keep this, let the 6 that aren't certified go, and hire 6 more.
Let me rephrase that. That's a compliance issue, then, so I want to put that off to the side for a moment. Well, what I want to see is a proposal of what would it look like if we had DLS staff in our schools, and however many tech specialists that you think can accommodate based on the volume and flex, and what that savings might be, if there is any.
So another point, how many or DLSs do we have now? 14. So we already have.
So keep 14.
You already.
Right?
If you already have one in every building.
Okay.
So if you're going to keep all 14 of those.
That's where.
Actually,
and because I understand, I think I understand what you're asking.
I don't think he's saying all 14. I think he just wants.
That's what I need. That's what I need clarification.
Let me clarify.
It's a motion again.
It is another motion. All right. I would like to see the 14 DLSs in place, and let's say if they I want to see the least amount of techs that we could possibly have to manage the volume that you guys have.
So you want to see something that just reduces the techs, not the DLSs?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, but my point of clarification is, I get that we have a certification issue and that sets it aside, but that does mean if we don't adopt this, that we will be hiring people for those 6 roles.
Which,
So even though, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
so,
Carly's going to.
yeah, I think this is tricky because I appreciate what you're saying, but then we absorb the 6 who are out of compliance, and then we have to hire 6, so then it's a,
So I apologize. I don't mean to keep the 6 that are out of compliance. I think so put that off to the side for a moment. What I'm asking for is what would be the savings be if all of the DLSs stayed? Let me rephrase that. The individuals, the role of the DLS stays in the schools, and then what is the least amount of techs that we could keep to maintain the volume that we have?
which part?
Because I think that there are techs that are used to balance this position out because we're reducing DLS. Is that what?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead.
Well, that's why I was to start asking about the proposal, because I think there was a very well-developed proposal, but then it does sound like there's compliance issues. So part of it, I think what you're asking for is to understand that proposal and how it would look different regardless of the compliance issue.
Correct. Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm looking for.
And so
Regardless
at the end
of
of
the
the day,
compliance
it's
and
still
regardless
a
of
compliance.
the one that's paid for, the position that's in that proposal that's paid for with tech dollars, because that can't be removed.
Yep.
I think I understand it. Emily, do you understand?
Yes, I believe I do.
I think you have a motion.
I can send you an email.
Director Thompson, what I believe that you're asking of us in teaching and learning is to essentially provide you with a revised proposal that removes the cut of all of the DLSs.
Yes.
And either keeps the tech at 4 reduction or more, depending on what we believe is the bare bones minimum in terms of tech support that we need to support the buildings.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I guess I would just add, then you understand the role of the DLS will be vastly different because they're going to be dealing with the 13,000 tech thing. So, you're going to be dealing with those, which is going to be fairly time consuming for them. So know that the position, regardless, probably isn't staying as it is.
Correct.
Through that. I just wanted to make sure, because there's no way to make that adjustment and remove tech support without impacting what the role of those people are going to be within the building. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because you can't say, hey, keep this, get rid of this, but then still have 13,000
Agreed.
tech issues out there swirling around.
Yep.
Director Carly Anderson.
So does that mean we're in the same position as we talked about before in terms of all of those positions, if the function, I don't know what you call it, the functional statements, what I call it in the VA world, but that those have to be rewritten? And so then all those positions need to be cut and people have to reapply for them?
No, not in that case. We would not, because it's not, it essentially would be just an addition to their duties as the digital learning specialist. It's not a new position. Okay. Do you know what I'm saying? So it would be the same position with the added tech responsibility, and we would not release everybody and have to have them reapply.
Yep.
Director Thompson.
I think it's a lot easier to rehire techs versus not, and we don't know what's going to happen, but I'd like to see what this proposal would look like.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table for another proposal that would include keeping all DLS and making tech as bare minimum as possible for that. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
A second by Director Anderson. Is there any further discussion by the board? Director Kelleher?
I would like Ms. Frobold to have some input into what amount of time our learning specialist would then be investing in tech work, because that will take them out of the classroom or out of the need of the student, trying to make sure that equipment is up and running.
Certainly, we can bring that back as part of the proposal.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's coming up? All right.
Nobody wants
So the next item is your district-wide component that you had conversation, I think either tabled or voted down last time, that you wanted brought back to you. So this deals with the days in regard to leave.
Yes, good evening. The information that we have for you is actually, I think it's the same slide that we had at the last meeting. Still, the 260-day leave positions, adjusting them to either 10 less days or 15 less days. Either way, regardless, still keeping their benefits in place. I don't know that we have anything other than that was looked at with leave.
And to clarify as well, when it first was presented, it was at the reduction of 15 days, which is different than what contract language states, which is why it was brought to you. The 10 days is in contract language, which administratively we have the ability to make those adjustments on regardless of your approval or not. So really the initial component was it came to you because it was outside of the contract language. But because of the conversation, we brought back what's in the contract language so you could see the differences that are there. So just wanted to make that clarification to you on why it was initially presented and why it could be changed, and technically.
Our vote doesn't matter.
I'm sorry?
Our vote doesn't matter.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm just saying you have to be mindful because it would set a precedent with, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, in regard to contract language. Normally, if it's in the contract administratively, it can be implemented without the approval of the board. So I wanted to be able to share that with you to make sure that you understood that. But again, since we had presented it to you, we also don't want you just to think, well, they presented it, now they're pulling it, not giving us an opportunity to have the conversation about it. And so if I misspoke, Bill or Brenda, tell me I misspoke.
No, you're correct.
Director Lind?
I guess my question is, why did we table it?
I don't think we tabled it. We just said no. So I don't know why it's brought up again.
Why did we say no?
I think the conversation was around the necessity of having the employees, and is this reduction something that they'll be able to complete their work in the same amount of time with the reduction. There was also some conversation around why the building level leaf positions were cut versus the district office, and that was not uniform across all of those 260-day employees. Am I remembering that correctly? Was that the discussion? Okay. So that was the reason.
Okay, what are the answers?
That's what I remember as well.
Okay.
I think we talked about how some of the 260-day leave positions at the district office, it would be difficult to cut because they're running our payroll. I don't remember if there were any other positions that we discussed.
No, the thought was to match the full-time people, the 260-day people that we have now, is to match the people to what their administrators are. So if an administrator is working 260 days, then we would leave those positions at 260. For positions that had an administrator working less than 260 days, in the case of most principals, they're only like 235. So that's where this came from, to drop them down.
Director Lind?
How many positions on the district level are 260 right now? And then how many?
I believe there's 11.
11? And how many of those are involved with payroll?
Well, there's only one in payroll.
Okay.
So less than 10%.
So how many positions at the district office for the leaf are 260-day?
11.
11.
Yeah.
And there's only one in payroll.
Right.
There's one in payroll. There's a couple of them in SIS that do all the enrollment during the summer. The enrollment's not being done in the buildings any longer, but they are done here during the summer.
Yep.
So there's two there, and then each department's got a person.
So for your administrators, as you said, you're trying to match the office administrator to the administrator that they're working with. And I think based on my understanding of those positions, they kind of randomly take time off throughout the year based on, making sure they're only working 260 days. So why couldn't we make that uniform across the board for all
Well,
of the?
they will work to 10 days less.
No, I mean like for the district office LEAF employees and the building level. Why can't we make that uniform across so that they're the same as far as like the cuts that are being proposed?
All we're saying, it'd be much more difficult to lose 10 more days with people that are working with administrators that work 260 days.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So when we were taking a look at these days, I think there was also some conversation about matching those days to a certain amount of time, so that instead of necessarily being a full reduction of days, we could come back and say, well, it means 10 days means X amount of minutes a day less for that. So you don't lose the day of the person working, you just lose X amount of time. Was that an accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
So you have the ability, instead of saying it's 10 days, you can say 10 days equates out to 8 minutes a day. Or you could say it equates to 35 days of working X number of minutes less. So you could still spread that out instead of, the cleanest way is to say 10 days, but if people are struggling, because I think Brian's question was how many days of efficiency or work do you lose, you could build it back into a reduction of time instead of full days. Does that make sense, or am I clear as mud on that one? Yeah, so go ahead, I'm sorry.
For example, rather than cutting 10 days or 15 days from the district office 260-day people, we could look at cutting 15 minutes a day or 10 minutes a day.
You're talking district office?
Right.
That would be the same thing then.
Right, that's how the contract language is worded. So rather than them losing full days, we could reduce by a number of minutes rather than combining it all to equal a certain number of days.
Director Lind.
That's not a motion. I have a recommendation that to see what the other board members feel. There are certain positions, I think, at the DO that are going to have to be 260. The enrollment, because that's 24/7 all summer long. Maybe payroll. I'd like to have the district go back and take a look at all those positions and see if they can give that 15 minutes up a day. They're still employed 260, but they would not. Does that make sense? I'm getting tired.
I just think, I think that's my question too, is equally across all the 260-day employees, if we could make that reduction the same. Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Yeah,
where it's
I
minutes.
understand you. Yep.
Okay, okay.
You get the idea what I'm.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you making a motion, Terry, for that proposal?
I'd make a motion for that proposal.
Okay. Do we have a second to Director Lind's motion?
Can I ask a question? So you just want to get information for this proposal, you want to find out what that looks like? And
No.
how much time
to make it
allotted?
I thought I heard that they could reduce a 260 position, but they aren't by days, by minutes.
By minutes.
And
Because
it would
right
still
now
be a
this is-
260 position.
This is just for school-based 260-day LEAF employees, and he's asking for the inclusion of the district office.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay.
LEAF
And what
proposal.
would that savings would be?
Correct.
Because if their bosses were 260, they're still working 260.
Right.
I don't know what you think about that.
Right, so there's still a motion on the table.
Yeah, this one is, this is a hard pill for me to swallow in terms of, like, I look at kind of how we've affected LEAF across multiple, because the goal is to consider the system. And I think we've put a lot of increased responsibility on our LEAF employees with various things we've discussed tonight. And this one feels like this is the only group we're really targeting salary. And I don't quite understand that, to be honest. it feels wrong.
Well, you're basically targeting salary when you restructure positions. And we're restructuring a lot of positions.
But that's what I mean is we've already discussed how LEAF will be impacted in multiple other areas. And so we're changing things and then also doing this, which just, LEAF is already being impacted.
So what is your suggestion?
Well, I would like to go to a vote.
You've
but-
got a motion, so I don't know, unless you follow through with the motion or withdraw it, she can't make another motion.
Right.
So right now, we have a motion on the table to look into another proposal based on this that would have the LEAF employees' 260-day reduced in school-based and the district office positions to look at decreasing those by minutes, just to have something in comparison with that. That's the motion that's on the table. We have the motion by Director Lind, so we're looking for a second on that. Is there a second? Okay. So Director Carly Anderson, did you want to make a motion?
I would like to vote on this proposal in terms of I guess I would rather vote on the 250 days, not the 245 with the grandfather benefits.
I didn't hear that.
So there's
You're making a motion to vote on the 250-day proposal.
Yes.
So she moves the vote. She moves to take not to put words into your mouth, what I think you said is she makes a motion to recommend the 250-day with a grandfather of benefits for LEAF staff. Is that what you're saying?
Over the 245.
No, 250, she said.
She's saying she's just making the motion for the 250.
250.
All right, so we have a motion by Director Carly Anderson to approve 250 days. Is there a second on that?
Second.
We have a second by Director Lind. Any further discussion from the board?
So just for clarification, though, Superintendent, the benefits don't need to be grandfathered in at 250 because they'll still be receiving them at 250. The grandfathered of the benefits was only for the 245 motion.
Correct.
So the motion is to go to the 250.
I thought the grandfather had to do with new employees that were hired under that contract would be grandfathered.
245.
For 245.
Okay, all right.
But her motion is for the 250, so the grandfathering of the benefits that was part of that motion doesn't really apply.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Director Thompson?
So this is my position last week, and I encourage the rest of the board to also consider that. And so I would vote no for this just because it's a $48,000 savings. You've got roughly 18 LEAF employees. If they get an extra 10 days off or so, or work 10 days less, that's 180 days worth of lost productivity. I mean, it is what it is. $48,000 is not the savings. They're already tapped. They've got tons of stuff going on their plate. So let's, the numbers do not make sense to me. So I would advise no.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll take it to a vote. All in favor?
Before you do that, please make note that you may want to add to your motion, if you don't mind, that you're not setting precedent that the board's going to overrule a contract decision. Because am I correct in that understanding?
Right. We just want to be very clear that this recommendation is following current language that is in their collective bargaining agreement. So administration technically has the right, we follow contract language. So by voting on this, we don't want to set a past practice that the school board needs to vote on language that's already established in the contract. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So then I make a motion to amend the motion to include the fact that we are not overriding any current contract language. So the vote is to reduce this cost by $48,256, right? That's what the vote is for.
Correct.
So is that, so if I'm making the motion to amend the motion with the fact that we are not overriding contract language?
Do we have a second on that amendment?
Second.
Second by Director Lind. Any discussion on that? Okay.
Just to clarify, if we vote yes, that means that we
We're
are
only,
not.
we're only voting on the amendment first,
Right.
and then
so
we have to
so
vote.
if I vote
on
yes for
Right.
the amendment,
Right.
it says that the board is not overriding
past precedent.
past precedents.
Correct.
Even though we kind of are by doing
Setting.
this.
You're not setting a
We're
precedent.
not setting past. All right, got it. All right, so vote yes.
Glad
right.
to know that.
All right. Any further discussion on that? All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment to the motion first. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Amendment carries. So now we have to vote on the original motion. Is there any further discussion on that?
We're actually voting on the amended motion, aren't we?
I think you have to vote, we voted on the amendment, and then we have to vote on the original motion.
But we just passed, my vote was to amend her motion, so now
Okay.
we have the amended motion on the table that
Correct.
we're voting on.
Right.
Okay.
You
Amended
have her
motion.
motion with the amendment.
Yes, her motion with the amendment. Thank you. Sorry. Any further discussion on that? All
I
right.
have a discussion.
Director Thompson.
So again, I am not in favor of this because again, it's 180 days worth of productivity lost. I'm going to vote no, and then we're going to be. I'm good with that. Correct? Like.
Yeah, it didn't change anything.
It didn't change anything. All right.
America, you can vote
All right.
no.
All right. So we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So was that 5-2? Who were the noes? Okay.
Why did we vote no?
5-2, Kim? Did you get that? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, I think the next item is the relocation of the ALC. Thanks, John, for waiting. We appreciate that. So
Thank you, John.
I don't know if there's
Appreciate it.
anything else, if there's questions in regard to this. We shared that plan with you. Nothing's really has changed other than they've added all the total numbers to the slide that are there. And Bill or John, anything else that you want to share?
Well, maybe just a couple comments. I want the board to realize that this is really a good opportunity for us to be able to sell the ALC building. This is a building that we have multiple millions of dollars of deferred maintenance that we don't have the money to take care of. It's an opportunity for us to move this building and to be able to move these kids actually to a better location.
Director Shinley?
I have a question, and I don't know logistics. I don't know, has the or just the thought of possibly doing like a co-op, like a 917 type thing to maybe join other districts, and then you still sell the building, but yet you're not, changing McGuire at this time.
Margaret, do you want to come forward?
Just for clarification.
We already co-op with other districts. Other districts
Oh,
actually
okay,
send
gotcha.
kids, actually other
Okay.
districts send kids to us. Is that
Okay.
inaccurate?
That is correct. In order to get an ALC status, you have to have an agreement with at least two other
Okay.
districts. So we don't have to do the open enrollment processes. So last week I had said about 10% of our kids come from other districts. Farmington just closed their ALC, and we're starting to see some of those happening, and then we get that we get those enrollments at our direction.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Thompson and then Director Carly Anderson.
What is the capacity of the current building that we can hold, and how many do we have right now?
6 classrooms, right? Yeah, we have 5.5 classrooms in that building.
What is the capacity of students that we have in there? Do we know? Is it roughly 80?
Yeah, about 80.
Yeah, at the end of the year, we usually have around 70 ADMs that we get paid for.
And how many can it hold?
We can put about, 25, 20, well, those aren't very big classrooms, so about
Okay. So
20 is
about
pretty full. in
More
a
than
classroom.
100-ish, or no?
Yeah. At least when I asked about the program, if you get around 100 kids in that program, it's pretty full. And to Margaret and her team's credit, there's about 25 that are eligible to graduate this year, which is a fairly significant number in regard to what you've normally had in the past. So you go from 80, you drop 25. I don't know that there's 25 more waiting in the wings. Maybe there are. But, the other issue is that they're working hard with the high schools to try to get kids before they get so far behind that the only option is the ALC program. So I know Margaret's trying to work with the deans at the high school and the principals up there to try to do that as well, because you really don't want that to be the option. And Emily and I sat down with 13 of those kiddos last week at Margaret's building. And let me dispel this misnomer. They're great kids. They just maybe don't look quite the same as what maybe people normal think. Some have made mistakes, get it, but they're great kids, and they have the potential. They were talking about all the things that they're going to do when they graduate. So it disappoints me a little bit that some of our folks say, well, these are terrible kids, they're going to make mistakes, they're going to be a bad influence. They're not. They're kids. Any kid has the ability to make some poor choices. So I just wanted to share that, and I think Margaret and her staff need to be commended, because the kids will tell you, in using different language than I would, is that the reason that they're there is because they've got people that care about them, and that's what they need more than anything, people that care about them and are willing to support them regardless of where they're located.
Director Thompson?
Hey, can you provide some clarification? Will you be here next year in this capacity?
Hold on, before you answer that, that's not a fair question to ask her, because that's not her role to be able to tell you where she's going to be at or what she's going to do. Just like anybody, you could ask me if I'm going to be here. I could walk out the door and get hit by a bus.
Good point.
So I don't want to paint her into that corner, because she could have other opportunities, or she could be planning to stay here. I can't tell you that, but I don't want to put her into that unfair question. And I know you didn't mean it, but I just wanted to. So I hope you're not. I'm not trying to bite your head off. I'm just trying to say I don't think that's a fair question to ask her.
Last week we consolidated the Link K-12 and the administrator role into one, and so I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
That's a similar conversation to some of the other changes. That position would have to be posted, and those people who are eligible have the ability to apply. Because it's a combined position as compared to two separate positions now, so the roles and responsibilities of this new position would be different than they exist now. So since you've added those together, it would require a posting of that position.
Okay, so let me make sure I understood this. Because we combined it, a new rec has to be posted, and then the current two administrators of ALC and Link 12 are let go, according to the current contract that they're in.
Unless they have the ability to be, if they choose not to apply to be a part of that position, one of them is probably going to be displaced. And if they have the certification to be absorbed someplace else, because, and I'm going to look at Sarah or whoever else, if they have the certification in the background to be part of this district, then they get placed into whatever position they have. Like, for example, if I was one of those people and I was in an administrative position, then I have eligibility to try to go back into that other administrative position that maybe I left in the district. So if I was a dean or an assistant principal or a principal.
Then I misunderstood, because I thought last week that we were going to combine the Link K-12 role with the administrative role, and no one would, well, obviously the Link K-12.
You have two administrators.
Yep.
You have two administrators, one that administrates Link 12 and one that administrates ALC. You combine those two positions into one position.
Yep, I misunderstood. We were hasty.
Well, I don't think I like that.
Well,
That's the way.
I don't either.
That's the way the job in this district was originally posted back however many years ago, and then it got adjusted with, I think, COVID and some other expansions of those programs to meet the needs of going from 80 kids and 300 kids, so less than 400 kids for an administrator to oversee, to 1,200 and 1,300-ish kids. So,
well, when I think about Link 12, I mean, now that I think about this more out loud, hang on, bear with me. Link 12 has how many staff? 10? 8-ish staff, and that's it?
Emily, do you know off the top of your head?
Because I think we did a reduction of 10.
We
and then
reduced the staff, so you've got, yeah, it's.
I would have to pull up the specific numbers, but it is, and I can certainly get those to you with a different level of accuracy. Off the top of my head, as I recall, we're around 10 at the high school. We're around 4, I think, Bill, maybe at the middle school, and we went to 3 at the elementary school in terms of teaching staff, and then reduced the teacher student support positions fully.
Wouldn't it make more sense for this Link K-12 to be part of like whoever leads the digital learning specialist or the digital learning group? Because it's all technology kind of. Are the digital learning specialist teachers? So it just feels like that might be a better home.
We're getting a little bit off topic.
I know.
But I would tell you that all of our administrators should be instructional coaches for their staff, regardless of where they are. Margaret is an instructional coach for her team on the strategies that works with kids. An online person should be an instructional coach, and they all are going to report underneath Emily's area of teaching and learning. So whether that's her, Elida, or Sandy, they're going to get supports through those folks as well. So to bring that back, you're on the ALC instead of the Link 12 component.
Director Carly Anderson, did you still have a question?
I do. So I feel like obviously what we're approaching tonight with ALC is the sale of it and then also kind of what happens subsequently. And as far as I know, I'm still struggling kind of with a long-term vision, and it would be nice to see another option than Kenwood, just because I don't know if that is the long-term vision. And so when it was brought up that a possible lease or like those kinds of things, it would be nice to know what we could consider.
Sure, and I had that question from the board, and John can chime in as well. Number one, if you add on to any other facility outside, add a wing, you're talking probably $9 million at a minimum to add on to that building, because you have storm shelter responsibilities. You've got the electricity's got to be alone, the plumbing's got to be alone. There's multiple things, so that's an add-on. We took a look at this building. We took a look at other buildings. The kids, and you talk to them, the reason they don't want to be at the high school is because they don't want to be at the high school around friends and colleagues of theirs and feel different. That's why they've left the high school to begin with. So when you talk to the kids that were there, they're like, yeah, why, I just want to be in this location that's separate from the high school that gives me the ability to do that. And so there's multiple areas that we did look at. We looked at other buildings. There's just not the space within them, or the cost of renovating them become a little more expensive than what we have because of the walls that are in those other areas. And John, if you want to speak to that, I know you shared that with me. I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
That was well said, so I couldn't say any better. Yeah, I mean, we evaluated a lot of different spaces within the district. This one fit well because, again, it has its own bus entry, staff parking, student parking, keeps everything separate. Where everything else in every other building that you go to, you have to intermingle and mix everything. And then again, with the different passing times or start and end times, now you have kids coming into buildings during different times of the day, and you don't know if a kid's, leaving high school and it's an ALC coming in. It's just, there's too much mixture there. And then again, with the new building codes, which we experienced with our additions at JFK, Christina Huddleston, and Eastview, is the new storm shelter. Is any space you build, you have to build a space big enough that's independent from everything else in order to hold the population of that addition, which makes it a lot more costly to do little additions at each space.
Mm-hmm. And I guess to your other question about long-term, and I think you all have heard me say this before, as we develop a long-term facility plan, the ALC, in my opinion, should be coupled with a career and technical center of some sort, giving those kids opportunities to utilize the systems that they like, whether it's culinary arts, gaming, coding, the auto mechanics. Those are the types of things, nursing program, teaching program, all those things are normally part of a career and technical environment that a majority of our kids in that particular school in the ALC and a lot of others would gravitate toward, because it gives them that hand-on learning experience. But you're talking that's from the day that you get a levy or a bond passed, you're talking 2 years to do that. And we know that we're multiple years away from, or at least a year away from having some conversation about running some bond. And from the information that you got in regard to the survey, that wasn't very high on the community's list of things to do. So that's ultimately, in my opinion, the long-range plan, on top of the fact that we need to try to get the kids upriver before they actually fall in the river and float down to the ALC. We got to go up and solve the problems at the middle school and high school level to help those kids be successful in those areas if they can be.
Mm-hmm. I guess the part that I'm struggling with is that when I look at the District 2030 plan that was developed by the board, the ALC had a very specific timeline, and that's very different from this proposal that was made to us. So, I mean, we just got this 2 weeks ago, and I'm trying to go through all of the positives and negatives that we would have discussed as a board through that planning and that district long-term planning. So when I think about this, and we've had surveys that have been presented to us, specifically by Teamworks, that talked about the bubble of kids that's coming up to middle school. And so when I think about that, that's 6 classrooms that could be utilized in Kenwood, because we're going to have to redraw boundaries eventually to even out that population for the middle school. How much time are we buying with that? And does that mean that this population would be displaced more than once? I also am looking at the information of, I guess I'm with Director Carly Anderson on this. You know, what would be the proposal if we sold the building and then just leased it? What would be our cost savings with that?
Sure. A couple of things that I would add to that. Number one, when you take a look at the facility itself, you can see the savings that you have by not having the building underneath us. In talking to the folks that would be interested in purchasing it, you're talking at least it's $7 a square foot is the minimal lease back, and we have 13,000 square feet. Then you have to pay all the utilities, all the repair, all the custodial, all the things that are in there. So you have the ability to say that could be leased back, but you're not getting really a return on investment, because you're basically giving money to just prolong the situation. And as far as displacing the kids, I think there's a couple of things to take into consideration. There's 80 of them right now. About 30 of them are going to graduate. So you'll have 2 grade levels of kiddos, about 50 kiddos that would move into a new location. The freshmen would come in new, not knowing anything different, because again, they feel connected to the staff is what they feel connected with, not a facility. And then however long it takes for us as a community and as a board to say, hey, here's what our next step is, here's what we want to run a bond for. I can't tell you exactly how long that's going to take, because that takes the community to vote that approval. You know, it's not something where we can say, hey, we can just do this and build a $80 million building with the Career and Technical Center that has everything there. That's going to take community support. So I don't know that there can be a specific timeline given to you by that, but I also know that by the sale of the building, we have the ability to bring some dollars in to pay off some capital expenditures that are normally in Emily's budget. And sooner or later, the sale of the building, if you lease it, is going to, those dollars, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, can stay there to pay for that lease, can they not?
Oh, that's correct. We could use capital dollars to pay the lease, but we would just be selling a building and using the money to pay a lease.
Yeah, and we own that building.
Right.
So to me, if there's no interest in selling, or if there's interest in having the kids stay there, there's no interest in selling it from my perspective, with a building we already own.
Correct.
So,
and the issue, again, that we tried to provide to you administratively is not to make everything a reduction. We tried to take a look at ways to generate revenue in some sort or fashion that would help offset having to cut another $1 million, $750,000, whatever that all totals, well, $560,000, in order to not have to come back to you with things that directly impact the teaching staff in that area. John, were you going to say something?
Yeah, and just another thought to this whole thing too is it provides instant equity to Kenwood as we do experience more growth in a bubble. If we do go down the road and be able to, build a different ALC building, now that instant capacity is there at Kenwood for that transition. Also, if the ALC were to stay there, Kenwood is designed to build on the north end of the school for a new addition. So there is room to add on to that school as well through another levy or bond referendum at that point as well. So it could be a long-term solution, and your growth can be accommodated at Kenwood on the north end of the building.
Director Kelleher?
So I see a lot of really good benefits with this. I mentioned it the last time, and I'm going to repeat myself here, but I think to give these students a better, improved learning environment, I know they will tell you, and I heard from some parents and some kids, and I heard after they had met with you and you shared the plan with them, it's the staff that they care about, and the staff care about them, and they're amazing. So they want to be guaranteed that the staff is going with them. And but the building, they liked the proposal, they liked the relocation. It expanded their outside. Instead of sitting in a parking lot, they were able to have green space, and they were able to have some gym space outside and enjoy that. And some of the shared facilities that they could use with some of the classroom space down there. You know, when when the middle school kids aren't using it, to be able to expand some of those classes for the kids is great. This has been a conversation we've had in partnership with the city for a long time, working on this so they can help improve you know, the art center property and what's there and what they like to do there. And we're always having people say we should be, you know, working better with the city. And this is something that we've been working on for a long time with the city and would benefit our community. And, you know, actually a lot of our kids too, because our students, we have a lot of students that participate in art center programs and the learning of the arts. So for all of those reasons, this is, I think, a win-win-win, a win for the school district. Well, it's 4 wins. It's a win for our budget, it's a win for the school district, it's a win for the city, and it's a win for those kids and our students. And I think we really need to move on this. As far as whether it's a short-term or a long-term, the long-term plan has been to have a discussion about where and how we could house ALC in regards to some sort of a career center or VOTEC would be ideal. But like John had just said, is that this could be the long-term solution if we pass something to add on, or it could be a short-term solution to a really cool long-term solution if we can get a career technical center built for the ALC and our other students. So this, to me, is a really good decision for us to be able to vote yes on.
Director Lind?
I have a technical question. Man, I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer it, but in the proposal, you're converting two locker rooms into other space. And I guess my question is, does that, and you probably can't answer, probably have to ask the principal or whatever, but what's the impact using less locker rooms on the population of kids that are going to Fayette that are not ALC? I'm talking about, it seems like you're going to have less space to deal with locker room things.
And to add on to that, isn't the locker room space currently used for an emergency shelter during that event? So then where would we put the students?
That I would have to double check on. In regards to the usage, so that locker room at Kenwood today was built for high school, right? We're nowhere at, so it was built for athletics and for the school use.
I remember coaching out of there.
Whereas if you look at the amount of lockers, in which usually they say the amount of lockers within the locker room space is what your technical capacity is, there's 250 lockers in each side of the locker rooms within the pool locker room base. So you have 500 lockers between the two locker rooms that they'd be transitioning to.
And what are they leaving?
I would have to do the count. They have, in the current Kenwood locker room, they have about a third to about a half is all the real tall, full height lockers.
Right, yeah.
And then when you get to the other end, it's a full height one, and then it's 5 of the little, 1 by 1, or 15 by 15. Whereas the pool locker room is, they're half size, so they actually get more space to put stuff. If you walk in the Kenwood locker room today, I would say probably about half the lockers are empty.
How about physical space with kids coming in for Fayette?
Yeah, and to change.
The numbers, I'm talking more.
I would probably have to verify with the principal on that one, on
Okay,
the
that's
number
fine.
of students
That's
coming in
fine.
and out.
Director
I thought
Shinley?
that was addressed the last time, though.
Well, I think we asked the question, but we never got an answer on it.
I think we did, though.
You asked, and they add some additional lockers in the hallway, and there's enough space for the kids to locker in the hallway and then go in and change in the existing swim locker rooms, is what I believe they shared last
Yep.
time.
Yep.
Is it true though some of those locker rooms aren't even used right now? Is that true or not? They're all used?
They're
Kelly
storing
said there was
furniture.
storage and desks and.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Furniture. They're storing furniture.
Okay.
You couldn't even take a shower currently in the locker room at Kenwood because it's filled with storage.
Okay.
So,
Director Shinley?
I think, I think the opportunity is for the ALC, to have the more green space, and the space and the opportunities to have in the school. I know we've talked about how we've talked to the ALC families and how they feel. Have we talked to the Kenwood families on how they feel? I know you mentioned that we have to be kind of careful, but I feel that if you're putting a school within a school, I feel that maybe should be something that we should get some feedback on.
I didn't talk to the ALC families. I've already been to all three high schools twice. I went in the fall. We had already scheduled. It just happened to be happenstance that they were scheduled in March for me to go back there and visit with them to share that plan. Otherwise, there wasn't a plan to even go and have that conversation with them. So, the challenge is, I think you're going to get, until people truly understand what the plan is, you're going to get some people that, like I already said, were upset about the kids because they think they're bad kids. It's a self-contained space that doesn't allow for them to intermingle.
It's not a school within a school.
No, it's really a separate school
separate- it's not a
from the
school.
other school. It just happens to be in the same building, where normally a school within the school, like I had in another district, my ninth graders were in a ninth grade location, but it was in a center of the building that they already came and had lunch with everybody, and it was, the system ran the same, they just were in one location, where this is actually a section of the building. Just like, for example, we have district office, and then a section of the building is the restore area, or you got the golf area or whatever. So it's in the same building, but it's completely separate from what we have.
Okay.
Director Carly Anderson?
Just wondering, like, in the event of, like, I'm thinking about middle school gets out earlier, and then, like, in the spring, they have track out at Kenwood's place where they have track. Is there any potential mingling when the ALC lets out and the middle school students are out there? I mean, I'm just trying, I know we got a lot of emails.
Yeah.
So I think some of these things are helpful to just kind of be specific about, like.
It's a good question. In my mind, I can't see that. I'm going to tell you, most of my students going to a track, really, when there's eighth graders or sixth graders there, it's really not in their best interest, and they know it. And that most of them work. I'm going to tell you, when they're done with school, they go to work.
Okay.
And so those are components that the scheduling is, we just work with the other administration. We have to do that anyway. I work with the other principals in the other buildings on anything that we can offer. And we've done split schedules with kids where they go to North for part of a day and they come to my building for part of a day. So could it happen? They intermingle at the bus junctures anyway. I was just up at North, and I see all the littles getting off the bus to go over to another one. So our students all do intermingle, and they are our students. And we have our staff out there, and our staff are real important with that and how all that works.
Okay.
And I guess I would add, you have that issue that could happen in any school, because we already had an issue this fall where a high school kid got out of school, went to an elementary playground, and was trying to play in the playground while the elementary kids were there. Wasn't doing anything wrong, other than you got a 10th or 11th grader swinging on the monkey bars, and it's freaking people out, so you have to ask them to leave. So you have that what-if scenario that could take place anywhere. But I think to Margaret's point, the ability is the awareness of the staff and working with the kids on both sides, and Kelly at her building, the same type of thing. You just have to work through that situation.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear. It's not about ALC kids or not. It's age difference, right, that I think a lot of people are concerned about. But it's also the case that you would be in a lot of public spaces with kids of a variety of ages. And yes.
Just for historical context, though, there was a Compass program located in my building that had eighth graders and some seventh graders. And we didn't have that complete physical separation like we would right now. So we're pretty well versed on how to work with our kids and our families and what that would look like.
And just to add to that too, there is a public disc golf course on the north end of our Kenwood property that the city operates on our behalf. So there's public that are on our property and essentially commingle right along our students every day.
Any further questions by the board?
I think the only other thing that I saw come up in email would be how, if the gym is used, how the Kenwood teachers would be impacted or that sort of thing. Is it?
That would all be scheduling with them, but my first reaction is we go until 2:40 and they're out at 2 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. You
And
said that
so
last
the
week.
idea that we might be able to swing some gym time in there.
You said that last week. I'm sorry.
Okay. So looking at this, I think this could be one motion of the relocation of the ALC, which includes those 4 line items there, because we're saving on utilities and maintenance and custodial with the relocation. So do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the relocation of the ALC to KTMS.
All right, so we have a motion by Director Kelleher. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Director Lind. Is there any further discussion from the board? Director Thompson?
Yeah, glad that this is a viable option. We found out about 2 weeks ago, so any conversations that might have been had around selling the ALC, I was not aware of that. So again, this is something I think we should consider. But knowing that it is a viable option, we still have $2 million still to be found. We are fortunate that the community and the district have provided options for us to consider. And so from my calculations, we're at about 5.12 million out of 7, which is roughly 73%, leaving us with about a 2 million gap of what we still need to find. And so I would advise no, not because we shouldn't, but give folks more time to see what else can we find that might be also another alternative. So I don't think it's one of those that we need to make a decision and need to be sold today, maybe 30 days from now. But I would say no for today.
Director Kelleher?
I agree.
So this isn't anything we learned about 2 weeks ago. We've had it publicly discussed in several board meetings and work sessions over the last, John, 8 years? 8 years? So if anybody has tuned in over the last 8 years to study sessions and work sessions, this has been a dialogue and a discussion and a partnership that we've had. And it has been no secret that this is something that the city has been wanting to participate in with us in a partnership. So I don't want community members to be deceived by that this just came out of nowhere, because it hasn't been. So if you haven't been following the board meetings over the years and haven't caught it, I get it. But this is not something new. This has been on their radar and in conversations between the last couple of superintendents as well as the city administrator. So and it's probably one of the first things I would guess that when Dr. Van Zyl met with our city administrator when he first came to this district was discussed, because it's been on the radar for a while. So I highly recommend that we make this, that we support this and move forward with it, because again, we are also up against construction that needs to be done in order to get our kids in there. And have them have a really good welcoming to next year's school year.
Dr. Van Zyl?
I guess when you say other options, I would tell you that as a district, we've looked at all of our facilities in regard to what we can do. So if there's another option out there, it's going to involve leasing, purchasing, an additional cost above and beyond, and then us putting ourselves in a footprint someplace that we aren't currently. So there's going to be an additional cost, additional expense to that, because nobody's going to come up and say, hey, we're just going to give you a building if they can get some value out of what they're doing. I think that we are trying, again, my 2 cents, is that we are trying to present you with an option that is not a reduction, is something that you're not going to have to come back and say, oh, and no offense, $2 million is a big thing, because we're haggling over $48,000 on staff on one position.
But we
So
still have the
$2 million,
state-
$2 million is a very significant amount that we still have to deal with. And again, if it doesn't come through a revenue, it's going to come through a reduction.
I don't Chair, I don't disagree with you, but we still have state funding, and I don't want to move that hastily.
Director Carly Anderson.
I would say that we should maybe change, well, I would like to change the motion just because I don't think we're going to have support for this. It doesn't seem like we're going to have the support. And so maybe people just need more time to consider. Like, I don't see this passing.
So nothing is
What I'm
changed.
saying is if you put this to the vote right now, Judy, I don't necessarily want to throw this out at this point, is what I'm saying.
I
So you're-
get that, but we also have a timeline with construction and the needs, and nothing changed from the last time to this time. So to draw out this, and that just puts more on their plate to have to still find ways to cut.
I do appreciate that.
And another reason why I appreciate this is one avenue that positively impacts our kids and doesn't negatively impact any of our staff.
Director Shinley and then Director Lind.
What would be a typical timeline for construction in this case?
We'd have to start as soon as possible. Right now, most of my materials are probably running 12 to 16, 20 weeks, which puts us middle of July. We try to have everything ready for teachers. First day of teachers is usually back about the second, third week in August. So that means we got to clear everything out of the ALC. We got to get all of our materials ordered. We got to get all of our people in to finish their estimating. We've only had people looking at a high level just to kind of give us some budget. What if we do this? What if we do that? They actually got to take their measurements. They got to do their shop drawings, architectural plans, get everything on order, get everything out of the ALC over to the Kenwood. So it's a pretty tight timeline.
Could I add to, I guess, to your point, one of the things I guess that I would say is that I don't have anything in writing from the city other than they know that we're willing to sell, and I've been told that they're willing to purchase. So I guess the amount of time I'd have to visit with them to see how long it would take for them to turn around to their city council and other folks to also say, hey, they're willing to do it, because we're assuming, and you know what happens when you assume, and I don't want to assume, until I had something more concrete. I think we could start the conversation, if that's what you want us to do, to say, what's the turnaround time on a purchase? I can tell you that I've heard from the governor, from the mayor, I've heard from the city manager. They're definitely interested in it, but I don't have anything in black and white to give you that guarantees you that that building is sold, because it's going to have to be up. To my understanding, it's probably a vote of the city council for that to happen. So there is that pivotal point that somebody could say, hey, we're not going to do it, and the plan we presented to you, even if you choose to move. So I'm not trying to drag it out. I'm just saying there probably is some legwork that you can say, hey, can you get something done to bring us something in black and white that shows us and verifies that this would be done. Does that make sense? Because without that, we are presenting you an assumption that it's going to happen, and that may be the component that if there is some common ground to be able to come back to this and say, until I can give you something in black and white, that may be more of an assurance to you and gives you a little bit of time to process it.
I amend my motion to start having serious discussions with the city in regards to the reallocation of the ALC and the selling of the ALC.
Okay. So you're amending your original motion. Is there a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay. Well, then we'll open it up to further discussion. I would also ask if we could get some cost estimates on what the construction would look like with that, so that we can see what the cost savings are.
But that negotiation, Chair, but that negotiation would have to be approved by us.
Yeah, ultimately, anything that comes to you, the sale of the building's still got to come to you. It's not something that you can say, hey, Doug, go ahead, get a conversation. I can't sign off. I'm not the person that signs off on that. It still comes to you. So I think that's what you're maybe trying to clarify, David.
All right. Okay. So Director Lind and then Director Thompson.
2 comments. First, this is a proposal that was put together by the ALC principal. working with the principal at Kenwood, talking with their kids, talking with the district. It's a proposal they all support. And again, we're questioning it, and that's fine. But it's kind of tough to say no as everybody's agreeing, if most people are agreeing. Secondly, if you don't sell the ALC, you have to come up with $450,000 of cuts, which will be staff. There's no question about it with 80% of our funding there. You have to come up with $450,000 more in staff cuts.
So,
Just want to make that clear, that's all.
yeah.
Director Kelleher?
And so Terry, my motion is to start having the discussions with the city so that we can relocate the ALC.
I totally understand, just need to make those two
Yep.
comments regarding.
Yep.
But we might get state funding too, and then we don't have to cut any
Can't
staff.
count on that.
Dave.
Well, okay, but we don't, you're also you're making a hypothesis.
Director Thompson?
So if we're going to put it up on the market, then I think it would be our best interest to do our due diligence and see who else would want to buy it beyond that. And so while the city might want to, if we're going to put it out in the market, then let's go that direction.
The only thing I guess that I would say is, and I'm going to look at Bill a little bit, in my experience of putting things on sale, there's going to be an additional cost of having to get somebody to do the paperwork and those types of things. The appraisal is already had been in the works. It was done 3 years ago, and they're going to, I think, update that. So, as sale of property is maybe different from state to state. That's been my experience. So, what's a requirement?
In this case, when we have an interested party as a city, is we would just work with their attorney, and we wouldn't have to pay the commission cost to sell it. Which, when you talk about $1 million or more, that's a big bill. You pay the commission out, which we didn't figure that into this cost.
Director Kelleher?
So I think we also have to remember that as the school owns that property, and it's our taxpayers that own that property, and it's what the city's intent is with owning that is, again, back to the taxpayers of the city of Lakeville proper. And I think that it's in our best interest to work on behalf of our district and our community to work with the city on this. And honestly, I believe when we had this appraised 3 years ago, was that when the last appraisal was done on this? We didn't have really any interested buyers at that point. But again, if we have interest party with our city, I'm not sure if we save ourselves the cost, all the added costs and the commissions of having to go through somebody to find out if there's any interested parties. I think we can save that and a lot of goodwill working directly with our city and using the updated appraisal or whatever it may be.
Okay, any further discussion by the board? So we have a motion and a second to look into selling the ALC, correct, on your
Yep.
motion?
To work with the city, yeah.
Right, okay. So we'll go ahead and put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Motion carries 6-1. Given
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Given the time that it's 10:35, and I feel like we're all kind of feeling things right now.
Is there another item on there?
There's more after that,
Is there another one after that?
Well, after that, we talk about other options.
right?
Oh, so this is the.
We can approve this one.
This
fairly
is the
quick.
this is the last one that was presented to you before. The other options are alternates in regard to other possibilities to make up. And I don't know that you're ready to have conversations about alternates yet, because we also haven't done a lot of legwork on those. And that would be, after you finish this one, will be my question of what do you want next? Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Okay.
Let's go for 15 minutes or we can break the record.
Oh, my gosh.
No, the record's after midnight.
We can talk real slow.
All right,
Oh, no.
go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, we went back and got specific numbers. We had some estimates for you. Actually, the savings here is bigger than we anticipated. The cost we have right now is almost $76,000 in cell phone reimbursements. And we look, when we go back and look at who would actually be qualified for a cell phone reimbursement, hooked onto their particular contract, that would drop that cost to $22,800. So a savings of over $50,000 to kind of reallocate the cell phone reimbursements.
Do we have any questions on that? Director Lind?
I like the number. My question is, it seems like in the past, we do this now, we reimburse people's cell phones. But today, a cell phone's like a car. You got to have one. So can we, out of our contracts, consider future contracts just eliminating it as a penny?
You can try. That would be part of the negotiations with.
We should be doing that at the
That
time.
can be something that Brenda makes note of when we get into contract negotiations.
Okay. We'd consider
You
talking.
can ask.
Okay.
Yep.
But it's individual contracts. It's not.
Are there some in custodial maintenance, or are those individual?
Yeah, we got custodial maintenance, but not all the guys get it, just
Right.
our leads. But they are, in our administrative contracts, there's a cell phone reimbursement in there.
Yeah. It's just something we could look at, because it just seems to me that everyone has one, so why reimburse people? Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay.
Is there any possibility to develop any sort of MOU to put out to contractual employees to give them the option to change that out of their contract currently?
Well, I guess I put that in Brenda's hands again. I mean, we can certainly talk to the groups and ask them if they want to give up their cell phone reimbursements, but that's what it would have to be with
So that's
MOU.
$22,800.
Be a good gesture.
Yeah.
Okay, get a motion.
All right. Do you have a motion to approve the cell phone reimbursements?
So moved.
Motion by Director Lind. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Carly Anderson. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, so we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Woo-hoo, 7-0.
Go ahead, Bill.
This is one more slide I put in.
Yeah.
Now, we can ignore the staff development classification because we're moving the whole thing this year. But the board salaries will be added back a year from now, so that's something we'll have to take in consideration 12 months from now.
And just a reminder to that is, again, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, Kim Elson, we put that on the agenda for tomorrow to have a conversation about board salaries. Because remember, you made a motion, but really you can't make that motion because you're required by state to be paid.
Right.
You'll have to figure out what that dollar amount is. You could say, hey, we want to get paid $1. If you said, even if you left it where it was, we'd have to pay taxes, you'd have to pay taxes, you'd have to donate it back. So you have to adjust the amount that you get paid in order for it to generate that. But then again, you can't constrict a board the following year. Every year you decide what your salary amount is going to be. So it would come back every year to make that adjustment. So it could stay that way to fruition. This is the only state I've ever been in that board members get paid. Every other place has been voluntary, which people are paying $10,000, $12,000 to run for a board and not get paid in other places I've been. But that's the only thing that you can do to actually generate the savings I think you were talking about.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
So that's in tomorrow's meeting now.
And then the last thing that I have is, we won't go into I think the next slide is alternate reductions, because I guess I need from you what your next steps are. We do have on the agenda conversations about the budget again tomorrow, but I don't know if there's any of the things that, can anybody read me the list of things that didn't get approved tonight? Do we have that? Steph, do you have it? You may have to speak up. What are you going to say?
Can I ask something about the middle school activities?
Can you ask
I
about
thought
it?
that
Sure.
was part of it.
Yeah. Let her read the things. Then.
To this point, we have, you have total cuts for FY24 at $5,854,631. What has been tabled is $1.1 million approximately. That's middle school schedule at $480,000 and the tech restructure at $664,000. Items that failed amount to $160,000.
Was there an item on there about the 260-day that we were looking at?
Yeah, that's-
getting more clarification on?
That's the leaf, yeah. I
Okay.
think that's part of the 160,000.
It is.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that was
I
on
got
there.
the K-12 music issue was like 112, and then the leaf was 48, so that, if I did my math right, that's 160. Then you had middle school schedule, and then the tech DLS were your two
Yeah.
bigger ones at 480 and 660.
And Director Lynn wants clarification that the 260-day employees would include the ones at the district office, that we're looking into reducing that by.
Yeah, we just gave you the dollar amount of what
Okay.
wasn't voted,
Okay.
wasn't approved.
Right.
So that's going to be looked at.
Yeah, so you've approved 5.8 million and you got 1.2-ish million left to figure out.
Okay.
And I think Carly had a question.
I just have a question about so with middle school activities, could we also explore, because I know we talked about raising the fee and that the directors actually suggest them might be better. And I just want one additional thing. One of the PTO presidents or members suggested that maybe PTOs might be able to help supplement some of that. So it could be something we could, I mean, you can't count on that, but in terms of raising the fee, they might be able to help cushion some of that.
Actually, I met with our ADs and our middle school AD is here. So that's my next question is what information do you need either in the alternate things that are there or in the items that didn't get approved? Again, we probably won't have this ready to go tomorrow. So at some point tomorrow, you'll probably need to have another date to have a special meeting if you want to address that. So I guess I need to know from you, are there any other things in particular that you want in regard to this? I know that the middle school schedule, that one was pretty clear on what that was.
Consulting and then travel, please, need to be looked at.
Oh, yeah.
Consulting and travel is not part of the alternate, but there was a question that was asked of that, and Bill explained that that's part of your restricted dollars in regard to what those things are in there. So
95% of any travel is restricted.
Okay. Restricted. Thank you.
So I guess I need to know what things you need from the music STEM, if there's something else you want from your middle school schedule, I think we understand. DLS, I think we understand, and LEAF, we understand. Is there anything, we're moving on the alt school, so I understand that one as well. Is there anything else that you want in regard to that or these two alternate items? You just brought up fees, and we've talked a little bit about that, so we can get that for you.
Director Thompson?
So over the past 2 weeks, as a board, as a community, and as you guys all have participated, we found and were able to close, like you said, roughly $5 million worth, 74%, 75%, 5.8. Thank you. More than 75% of our objective of our target of 7, which is, I think, fantastic. What was presented were recommendations from the board, and I guess for me, I have a tough time sharing like what else should you look for when. Well, I don't know. I mean, what you presented was $7 million worth of budget reductions, and I don't know what else you're doing with the other $165 million. And so I need a bigger picture of what else we're doing with the other funds, and now some of them might be restricted, which is fine. I don't know what else is being funded with unrestricted funds. And so that's where I think that a finance committee tomorrow, as we have dialogue about that, they would be on task for the next 45 days to explore more in partnership with the appropriate folks to see what else is out there, because what I've seen, I am appreciative of what I've seen, but I also want to know what else is out there. And if the answer is nothing else is out there, then a finance committee is needed to find out what else is out there.
Is there anything in regard to the alternates or the areas that I already talked about? I understand what you're saying. I guess I just need clarity. If there's anything else in these particular areas, you asked about fees, so we can do that. And then I think that conversation tomorrow will probably evolve into what else, I think is kind of where you're going with that. And again, don't get me wrong. I think you all have done a very commendable job in asking questions and getting us to $5.8 million. I think you probably realize it's not easy. and hopefully the audience and the people that are involved know the time and energy that you're trying to put into this, because again, everybody's on the same team. There's not anybody from any of the associations or people that work with us, the people that sit at the board, that aren't wanting to try to figure this out. And the challenges, again, it does impact people. And when you impact people, it is going to create some of the things that you've been getting emails about, and stress and tension and anxiety. And that's the thing, being an educator, the last thing that you want to do is have something that directly impacts our kids and our staff. But $7 million, there's not really any way around not being able to impact folks. So I greatly appreciate your conversations. And if you have other thoughts or ideas in regard to things that you need in those areas, if you'll let us know, because our team will continue to work to try to plug these holes for you.
Thank you. Okay, so our next regular meeting of the Board of Education is tomorrow. And just for board members, keep in mind that our next working session is scheduled for April 11th. Think about your schedules as we start to discuss if we need to have another special session. So do I have a motion for adjournment?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Director David Anderson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Shinley. Any discussion?
Not 12
Okay,
midnight.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? This session is now over. Thank you.